Hello, my friends, and thank you so much for coming to spend part of your Saturday, October 14th, with me. Or if you are in other parts of the world, it is Sunday. So happy Sunday, happy Saturday to everyone. I have had so many requests to keep covering the testimony in the Take Care of Maya trial. And I know that so many of my viewers are suffering with CRPS, which is the subject of this lawsuit. And I know that so many of you are suffering with chronic illnesses that involve pain and chronic pain and have had difficulty getting diagnosed. And I have watched some of the coverage on the major networks that are streaming this live on YouTube. And I have to say that I have found the chats over there, just one really in particular, to be incredibly hateful and incredibly hostile. And here's what I'm going to say today. Be nice or leave. My moderators on YouTube are the best. This is a safe place for my viewers to watch the testimony of this trial with me without haters. Okay, there's too much hate in the world already, and I'm not going to tolerate it. So I spent the last 2 days in New York City, or what I call just the city. But if I say the city, you might not know what I mean. So I was in New York City. As you know, I'm a lawyer. I come to you with 30. I'm a recovering lawyer, I like to say, but don't like to admit that all the time because people hate lawyers. I'm a recovering lawyer. I come to you with 30 years experience in New York State and federal courts as a trial lawyer. This Maya trial is my wheelhouse. This is what I did. As a lawyer, I'm also a legal analyst, mother of 5, an actor, working actor. So I spent the last 2 days in New York City at the Chelsea Film Festival because I had a film that was in the festival. And it was kind of surreal being back in New York City, especially yesterday, because yesterday there was this, I don't even know. I can't even say anything in the first 5 minutes of this stream because it's going to be, the plug will be pulled on us. So let's just say that being in New York City yesterday was surreal. It was a Friday. It was empty. And New York City is never empty. And the streets were kind of empty. The festival was down in Chelsea, which is around NYU, the campus. And throughout the day, we saw helicopters hovering overhead, just hovering for hours at a time. And every single NYPD officer who is active was called into work yesterday. So I just want to say thank you to all of our friends in blue. We have a lot of them in the chat, from Duty Ron, Duty Ron and Bill from Police Off the Cuff. Peter Pranzo is one of my moderators. Scott is also a moderator, retired Irish detective. All of these men and women who serve New York City and the country and risk their lives every day for us. And prayers to everyone in Israel and Palestine, all of the innocent civilians who are caught up in all of this hate and all of these hate crimes. And it's devastating to watch. And it's hard to get on here and to talk about something else. But I think in a lot of ways, we need a distraction sometimes from some of that. So I'm here to distract you today for just a little bit. However, this trial is also very triggering for a lot of people. And what you're going to watch today and what we're going to watch together is the testimony of 2 very important witnesses against the hospital. We're going to watch the testimony first we're going to do the testimony of Sally Smith, Dr. Sally Smith, who was the CA pediatrician assigned to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And then, yes, back the blue, 100%, Kim Holmes, thanks. Always. And then we're going to watch the testimony of CATHI Bedy, or Bedy, I don't know what they call it, Bedy. She's the social worker who worked for Johns Hopkins, who had a lot to do with the trauma that Maya was caused during her stay there. But what I want to do with you first, before we start playing the testimony of Dr. Sally Smith, is I want to show you the complaint in the case. All right, we need to look at some pleadings, because in order to understand what the plaintiff has to prove, we have to look at what the plaintiff is alleging. And I think that's very important. I think there's a lot of misinformation going around, and people are just watching the testimony and they're commenting on the testimony, and they don't really understand the allegations in the case. This is a civil case for money damages. There is really nothing else the family can recover for their pain and suffering and for the wrongful death of Beata and for the emotional injuries that Maya has sustained and the family has sustained because of Beata's taking of her own life. And it is alleged that is because of what the hospital did in this case, or their agents or employees did in this case, in a negligent or intentional way. So yeah, no, not my, somebody can explain. I can't look at the chat because it'll distract me, and I don't want to give a distracting feed today. So let's take a look at the 8th amended complaint, which is the complaint that is currently in effect here. And I've never had a case with 8 amended complaints. So that just shows you how complex this case is. This is the classic case of complex litigation. It is a long trial. It started on September 21st. The Judge Carroll, has put a hard stop on this trial for November. If I could read my own notes, November 9th is the hard stop on this trial. So this trial has to be over by November 9th. It has been in progress since September 21. The plaintiff is still putting on their case. And at the end of their case, the defense will make a motion for a directed verdict, which is common. It happens in every case. Don't be surprised when this happens. They're going to ask the judge, after the plaintiff rests, to direct a verdict in their favor and dismiss the case. It happens in every single case. And their argument is going to be, Judge, they haven't proven their case. They haven't proven all the elements of their case. And therefore, you must dismiss this case as against the weight of the evidence. It's not going to be granted, in my opinion. It's not going to happen. Just don't be surprised when it does happen. So this is the 8th amended complaint in the case of Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Medical Center. I believe, and yes, they discontinued the case against Catherine Bedy individually because I believe that they have accepted responsibility for her actions as her employer. So they dismissed the case against her. The only remaining defendant in this case is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And if you've watched any of Maya's testimony, which we will do another day if there's interest, every time she mentions the hospital, she mentions it by its entire name, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And her testimony is heartbreaking. She's already been on the stand twice. First time to talk about the liability in the case, the second time to talk about the damages. So in the 8th amended complaint, and I'm only going to read to you right now the portions regarding Sally Smith, because we're going to look at her testimony first. And here is what the plaintiffs allege with regard to Sally Smith. And it starts on paragraph 6. Sally Smith, MD, they're going to refer to her as Smith or Dr. Smith at all times, material here too, was a pediatric doctor who maintained active staff privileges at Johns Hopkins, served on multiple executive committees at Johns Hopkins, served as Johns Hopkins Director of Child Abuse, and otherwise acted as an agent of all of Johns Hopkins at all times, material here too. Paragraph 7, Dr. Smith was an actual or apparent agent of Johns Hopkins in that Johns Hopkins held Smith out to the Kowalskis as their agent and or tolerated or permitted Dr. Smith to hold herself out as Johns Hopkins agents as pled infra, which means herein. Paragraph 8, specifically JH, I'm just going to say JH because Johns Hopkins is giving me a tongue twister, allowed Dr. Smith as an active staff member to freely enter into the facility and into Maya's room to offer care, treatment, and medical diagnosis and opinions. Johns Hopkins allowed Dr. Smith to access Maya's medical records without the Kowalski's consent and prior to any shelter proceedings in violation of HIPAA, and consulted with her colleagues at Johns Hopkins outside of any open investigation being initiated by the Child Protection Team concerning all aspects of Maya's care. Upon their first meeting, Johns Hopkins affirmatively represented by word and action to Jack and Maya that Dr. Smith was there to examine and treat her as a hospital pediatrician, exactly as every other hospital pediatrician attending to Maya. In fact, Dr. Smith was held out as one of our doctors, or words to that effect by doctors and nurses in the ER, and later on the floor where Maya was kept. When it became obvious that both Maya, Jack, and Beata were looking to Dr. Smith as someone there to treat Maya on behalf of Johns Hopkins, and thus opened up to explain all about Maya's medical history and condition, neither Dr. Smith nor Johns Hopkins corrected this misapprehension. Finally, after even months of Dr. Smith's care of Maya, which included directing Maya's infusion port be surgically removed and that she be unnecessarily weaned off all pain medication, Johns Hopkins and doctors, including Doctors Vose and Major, just as a side note, Dr. Vose's testimony is very interesting too, and if we have time today, I want to play that as well. Doctors Vose and Major, who held managerial positions at Johns Hopkins, still failed to correct any misapprehensions as to Dr. Smith's role, thereby ratifying and condoning her position as representative and agent of Johns Hopkins with full authority to make critical decisions for patients such as Maya. As admitted by Dr. Tepa Sanchez, Dr. Smith ran Johns Hopkins child abuse program and was their go-to doctor in this area. Paragraph 9. There was an obvious close-knit relationship between social worker Bedy and Smith, and between Dr. Smith and all the attending physicians treating Maya. Dr. Smith was repeatedly presented to the Kowalskis as just another pediatrician there to help Maya. Moreover, Dr. Smith intentionally made clear to the Kowalskis that she was a hospital pediatrician and thus a Johns Hopkins employee. Paragraph 10. While diagnosing and treating Maya, Johns Hopkins and Dr. Smith offered opinions using the pronoun we, which plaintiffs reasonably understood to mean Dr. Smith and the other involved Johns Hopkins physician and staff. As the plaintiffs watched, paragraph 11, Dr. Smith directed the other doctors and staff about the appropriate diagnosis, so-called Munchausen by proxy, MBP, and or pediatric falsification syndrome, and the alleged absence of Maya's CRPS signs and symptomology, and treatment. Jack and Maya justifiably relied upon Smith's apparent authority, just as if Johns Hopkins had expressly conferred that authority to Dr. Smith and communicated same to plaintiffs. Paragraph 12. Moreover, upon information and belief, Dr. Smith directly and or indirectly issued orders to Johns Hopkins physicians and staff, such as isolating Maya, covertly surveilling Maya by video for a period of approximately 48 hours, ordering a regime of physical therapy, issuing directions to wean Maya off pain medications, and placing restrictions on the Kowalskis' visitation rights within Johns Hopkins. Further, Dr. Smith was the author of the medical reports adopted by Johns Hopkins and relied upon by all of its physicians, and the primary proponent of the diagnosis of MBP and victimization of Maya by MBP at the hands of her mother, Beata. These diagnoses were accepted by Johns Hopkins and the recommended course of treatment initiated pursuant to Dr. Smith's direction and requests. Although Dr. Smith was in regular contact with the hospitalists generally charged with Maya's care and treatment at Johns Hopkins and directed Maya's treatment by text message and otherwise, plaintiffs and each of them were never informed that Dr. Smith was directing the plan of care, and the plaintiffs justifiably relied on these recommendations as if they came directly from Johns Hopkins and its risk management. Paragraph 13. These representations and directions began upon information and belief during a phone call between Dr. Smith and Johns Hopkins physicians on October 8, 2016, and the oral and written representations and diagnosis continued throughout Maya's sheltering at Johns Hopkins. In short, Dr. Smith orchestrated Maya's plan of care. 14. At all times material to the allegations here too, Dr. Smith was either the employee, agent, or apparent agent of Johns Hopkins. And as a consequence, Johns Hopkins is vicariously liable for the acts of Dr. Smith as alleged herein. Defendant, paragraph 15, defendant Catherine Bedy at all times material here too was a social worker employed by Johns Hopkins. As Johns Hopkins employed Ms. Bedy, Johns Hopkins is vicariously liable for Ms. Bedy's acts and or omissions alleged herein. Okay, so that is the complaint. Those are the allegations against Sally Smith. And as the employer, Johns Hopkins has vicarious liability for their employees, meaning the buck stops with them. They are responsible for the acts of their employees, their negligence, their gross negligence, their malpractice. And although we later come to find out that Dr. Sally Smith may not be employed by the hospital, whether or not she held herself out as an employee of the hospital may be a question of fact for the jury. So let's take a look at the testimony of Sally Smith. And it is her deposition testimony. So we're going to watch the videotape of her testimony. She was deposed, I think, we'll count as they come on, but several times in this case. You will be able to assess her demeanor, her tone, her attitude, and you tell me how you would accept her testimony as a juror if you were sitting on this case. Dr. Smith, the case against Dr. Smith has been settled. Yes, it did settle. However, they're still using her testimony to prove the case against Johns Hopkins. So without further ado, let's take a look at that. If you have any questions, save them for later. We'll take a little break for questions in between the testimony of Sally Smith and CATHI Bedy. Just let me know that you can hear the volume okay on the recording. And we're watching the local Tampa station for this coverage. Then we're going to jump to law and crime because there was an objection to a portion of the coverage, which is important. So let me know that you can hear it.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Sally Marie Smith.
And you were a pediatrician working for the state in the case of Maya Kowalski. Is that true?
I was the medical director for the child protection team, providing a medical evaluation for Maya Kowalski, yes.
Following medical school, what did you do?
I did a pediatric residency. I did a 1.5 years of residency training at All Children's Hospital in St. Petersburg from 1984 to the middle of the end of 85. And then I transferred back to St. Louis University at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. And I did the remaining 1.5 years of my pediatric residency there and completed that in 1987.
In your residency program, how long did you spend? And you rotate through a number of different areas, do you not, in
Yes.
residency? All right. How long did you spend in pediatric psychology or psychiatry?
I, again, did not look at my transcripts before I came here. I really have no idea specifically. I'm sure we had training in pediatric psychology and psychiatry as part of multiple components of the residency program, but I don't specifically remember like how many weeks or if I did a specific rotation or something like that.
Okay. And do you remember any of your professors, or I guess they're doctors that are also adjunct to a medical school that you were working with? Or were you just, I'm trying to figure out the setup there. And my question really is, were there any doctors who are also professors that specialized in pediatric psychology or psychiatry that you worked with over this residency?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay. After your residency, what did you do?
I did an additional year of fellowship training in ambulatory pediatrics at Sanders University, Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital.
What is ambulatory pediatrics involved?
It was fellowship in, ambulatory is people who are not hospitalized, essentially. And so I worked in clinics with various mentors, learning to essentially teach academic pediatrics in the clinic setting. I don't recall if I did any specific inpatient work as well.
What is academic pediatrics?
Pediatrics that is sort of focused on education and training of medical students and residents and interns, and in many programs in academic medicine, there are also research components to the work.
The past 17 years you've worked at Suncoast Center in one form or another, correct?
I don't believe so. I don't think that the Suncoast Center has held the child protection team contract that entire time. There was another agency called Help a Child that held the contract from the Department of Health. When I initially became the medical director, I've worked with the child protection team since 1990.
Okay. So when it says medical director, Suncoast Center, child protection team, were you working for Suncoast Center from 2002 to the present?
I've been the medical director of the child protection team from November 2002 to the present. It probably should actually say Department of Health rather than Suncoast Center, because Suncoast Center is just the agency that holds the contract.
Okay. Important to note here that Child Protective Services, or DCF, in Pinellas County, Florida, is privatized. This is not a state-run agency or a county-run agency. It is privatized. It is one of 6 counties in Florida that has privatized their child welfare system, or their DCF, Department of Children and Families. And if you don't think this can happen to you, it can. In fact, I've heard from many of you that this has happened to, and it breaks my heart. Moving on.
Okay. Well, Suncoast Center started at ACH in 1979, did it not?
No, that was the child protection team, not the Suncoast Center. I'm going to guess it was around 2007, 2008 that the Suncoast Center took over the contract for the child protection team, but I don't remember exactly when that was. I'm not sure, sort of what corporate name was, assigned or that kind of thing. When I worked with the child protection team in 1990, it was, their signage and things said Suncoast Child Protection Team.
Okay. Well, when did you return to All Children's Hospital after, I think you were at University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey, New Brunswick, New Jersey, from 88 to 90?
Correct.
And then you were back at All Children's Hospital, it says a staff appointment from 1990 to present?
No. Well, my active medical staff, yes, has been 1990 to the present. I was employed by the hospital from 1990 to 2002.
Okay.
In the general pediatrics division.
So you went residency for a period of time, then you left, then you came back and started with ACH?
In 1990, when I moved back to Florida, I took a faculty position with what was then All Children's Hospital. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me then that you do not hold yourself out as an expert in pediatric psychiatry?
No, I do not.
Would you agree with me then that you do not hold yourself out as an expert in pediatric psychology?
I do not.
Would you agree with me then that you do not hold yourself out as an expert in pediatric neurology?
No.
I mean, you're agreeing with me.
I do
right?
not.
Would you agree with me that none of these, none of your training has involved an in-depth analysis of the diagnosis and treatment of RSD or complex regional pain syndrome?
I agree.
Now,
Okay, so we heard all of the things that she is not an expert in: pediatric psychology, psychiatry, pediatric neurology, CRPS.
at the very bottom of 33, the next to last couple lines is, the purpose is to solicit the medical director's opinion first, and then the statewide medical director's opinion, only if this is not sufficient. You see that?
You're asking me if it says that?
In Maya Kowalski's case, was the medical director's opinion, was that you, or was there somebody above you, a medical director, whose opinion you could seek? Now, at the very bottom of 33, the next to last couple lines is, the purpose is to solicit the medical director's opinion first, and then the statewide medical director's opinion, only if this is not sufficient. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
I mean, who's the medical director there?
That would be me.
Okay. And then the statewide medical director's opinion.
Yes.
Was that ever, in Maya Kowalski's case, did you ever seek the statewide medical director's opinion?
I did recently, but I don't recall if I did at the time of the evaluation or not.
So she waited until 2019 to follow the policies and procedures and seek the opinion of the statewide medical director. That's what we're learning here.
Tell me about who that was recently or is recently and what opinion you sought.
Dr. Bruce McIntosh reviewed the file. And I didn't personally seek his response.
Let me find your report here real quick. Page 8?
Yes.
All right. So Johns Hopkins All Children's electronic medical record. What does that mean?
Well, as an active medical staff member for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, I have access to the electronic medical record. So I reviewed that, many documents from that medical record in compiling my report and reviewing the case. I did not print everything, so what you received of my medical records that have Johns Hopkins All Children's headings on them would be what Dr. McIntosh received.
All right. So Dr. McIntosh, according to you, received the medical records of Dr. Kirkpatrick. Is that right?
Yes.
Dr. Hannah.
Yes.
Is that right? Dr. Barr. Is that right?
Yes.
Dr. Wassenauer. Is that
Yes.
right? He did not receive records from Dr. Chopra. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
Or Dr. Cantu?
I was never able to obtain records from Dr. Cantu, so I don't have them and did not have them to provide to him.
And so you were familiar with the fact that Doctors Hannah, Kirkpatrick, Barr, and Wassenauer all diagnosed or concurred with a diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome, right?
That appears to be correct.
Tell the jury whether
Appears to
you
be correct.
believe that every mother that fails to remember to tell a new treating physician, the entire medical history is committing an act of child abuse?
No.
Tell the jury whether you believe that every mother that fails to follow the directions of the doctor or the prescription to the letter is committing an act of child abuse.
No.
But in this case, you believe that Beata was.
Upon review of all of the extensive medical records, review of all of the observations of the child in the hospital, review of the, let's say, unconventional treatments, including hyperbaric oxygen treatment and high-dose ketamine treatment repeatedly, it was my opinion that there was ample evidence to support a diagnosis of medical child abuse. And it appeared most likely that Mrs. Kowalski was the primary one who was resulting in, or I don't know what the term is, it's not probably instigating, but initiating or whatever, the child abuse.
Despite how many doctors she just listed diagnosis that Maya actually did have CRPS, she came to the conclusion that she's disagreeing with all of these other doctors, and she admitted she has no experience. She's not an expert in pediatric psychology, neurology, CRPS. She decided that her opinion was that Maya was the victim of medical child abuse by her mother, Beata. That's her opinion, despite all of the other records that she just mentioned. And apparently she's sticking to it.
Perpetrating the child abuse. Let's put it that way.
Perpetrating the child abuse.
Just the prednisone issues, the stuff we've been going over the last hour. Do you think that was an act of child abuse?
There was an element combined with everything else of child abuse in the prednisone utilization and administration to the child, yes.
Other than this case, have you ever testified in court or by deposition in a case involving CRPS?
No.
Okay, that's the end of the first deposition portion.
Expert in pain management?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Dr. Kirkpatrick at any time in 2016 in which he offered to have you come over to his office and he would demonstrate to you with Maya or with another patient the testing that could be done to objectively determine the degree of pain a patient was in?
No.
You never talked to him about that?
No.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Dr. Kirkpatrick in which he told you not to move forward with Munchausen by proxy or another allegation of child abuse?
I do recall that he made some such recommendation to me. I don't recall the exact words.
Did he express to you that there was an organic basis for this child's pain?
I don't remember specifically that he, spelled that out. I remember, at least in general terms, that I asked him about incongruities in the child's presentation, and he reported that
Now remember, if you weren't here with me, we watched Dr. Kirkpatrick's testimony live together. And Dr. Kirkpatrick told us that Sally Smith never asked for his medical records. But he did testify as to this conversation. So if you didn't watch that, go back and watch that. It's very interesting. She's contradicting what Dr. Kirkpatrick said in his testimony, and a jury's going to have to decide who they believe. Do they believe what Sally Smith is saying, or do they believe what Dr. Kirkpatrick is saying?
Was a manifestation of allodynia prior to touch, conditioned to expected pain from human touch, and that there was a fear of pain component that explained the child's way that she was moving around and touching things and doing things, but then couldn't do those exact same maneuvers when a physician or therapist asked her to do so, or things were touching her skin. And then when somebody had a light touch on her skin, that she would scream in pain when a similar amount of touch was not triggering that kind of response. So,
Okay, so what I'm taking away from this testimony, tell me if you're taking this away. She thought Maya was a liar. She couldn't believe it's allodynia. She doesn't understand what allodynia is. She doesn't understand. And I know, I see you in the chat. I know that there are people here who have CRPS. Explain to the rest of the people in the chat how even having a sheet over your legs causes so much pain that it's unbearable. And I find this incredibly demeaning that a doctor would talk this way about a child patient, but we're going to keep going.
I remember that he and I had some discussion about that phenomenon. A fear of pain component can be explained, and therefore it was my impression that he was telling me that information as a way to indicate that there was no other possible diagnosis in the case, perhaps.
And that's the end of the second portion of that deposition testimony. There's going to be 5 different tapes, so there's going to be little breaks in between.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Did Dr. Kreisman, a physician at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, examine Maya and note that she is not in any pain?
That was his assessment that day, yes.
And that she is not moaning, she is smiling, she is interactive, she is very engaged. Is that what he found? Is that what he found?
That's what he has documented in this note that references his examination of her when she was at his office on May 11th with her father.
And at the bottom of that narrative, he says extremities show no clubbing, right?
That is correct.
What is clubbing?
So that is an abnormality of the distal fingers, essentially the area of the fingernails where the nail bed gets enlarged, and the fingernails often have an enlarged size across the tip of the fingers, typically related to chronic hypoxia or respiratory insufficiency.
It's also a specific symptom of RSD, complex regional pain syndrome, is it not?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. But you're not an expert in it, right?
I'm not an expert in complex regional pain syndrome.
And then he says she moves spontaneously in her wheelchair without incurring pain, right?
Yes, as was observed on other occasions.
Do you consider tachycardia to be an abnormality in a child this age?
It can reflect many, many different conditions in the child.
Well, what is tachycardia?
A fast heart rate.
Okay. In last deposition, you said that a fast heart rate would be an indication of somebody being in pain, right?
It could be.
But you put no abnormalities noted on her exam. That's not really true from the actual record, is it?
Again, you probably should ask the person who made the documentation. They may be referencing that contrary to most cases of complex regional pain syndrome, she did not have any color change of her extremities, sweating abnormality, deformity of her extremities that would provide objective evidence to support her reported diagnosis.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 10.
Trying to find a date on this. 10/7.
And I'll reference you to, and I folded it over, the physical examination found on page 6 of 9, which is PLT 4074, and I highlighted under cardiovascular. Can you identify what that is first? What 15 is?
So this is the emergency center physician notes. I don't know, probably dictated by Dr. Bahar Posey in the emergency room. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Under the physical exam, does it note that under heart rate, she is tachycardic?
It does, and it states that her pulse rate was 134.
That's very high in a child of this age, is it not?
Well, 250 would be very high. It's elevated at 134.
Okay, that's not normal, is it?
Probably not.
Why did you put here in your report there were no abnormalities noted on her exam if she had an elevated heart rate that it can be associated with a child in pain?
I don't know.
I don't know. So she just admitted that she lied on the medical record, and yet she wants us to believe everything else she's saying. I mean, that's a lawyer tactic. Like, were you lying then or are you lying now? So if you're going to lie in the medical record, how can we believe anything that you say? We'll see if it works.
Okay. So if you've got, if she's tachycardic, if she has problems with her eyes from the light, if she has her knees flexed into the abdomen, if she has allodynia, meaning she doesn't want to be touched, and she has lesions, you've got 5 symptoms of RSD right there, do you not?
No.
Okay. You're saying allodynia is not a symptom of RSD.
It is.
You're saying that, what do you call it when you're light sensitive? You're saying that's not a symptom of RSD?
No, I'm saying she was wearing eye covers. Was she photosensitive? I have no idea.
Okay.
Getting a little belligerent, just pointing it out.
She did not want to be touched.
That is correct.
It's a symptom of RSD.
It could be.
All right.
Could be a behavioral manifestation.
Okay. And she had a fast heart rate, right? Which supports being in pain, does it not?
It could.
Knees are flexed up into the abdomen. That can be an indication, right?
That's a positional description. I don't know what that has. I don't know if that has anything to do with CRPS criteria. It certainly isn't Budapest criteria, to my knowledge, that positioning yourself with knees up to the chest is confirmatory objective evidence of CRPS. I'm there to evaluate whether there is evidence to support a diagnosis of medical child abuse. I'm not there to complete my evaluation unless I have to by saying, I don't know, this is all the information. It could be either, you decide. My task as the child abuse pediatrician is to evaluate all of the medical records, look for every piece of objective evidence that I can, evaluate all of the information in context, look at objective observations both in the presence and in the absence of the alleged perpetrator, and try to put all that information together to assess whether or not there's sufficient evidence to support a diagnosis of medical child abuse.
Now that she told us what her role is, tell me what you think. I mean, we're just looking at this from the outside, but it kind of looks like confirmation bias to me. It kind of looks like she thinks that her role is to find a diagnosis of medical child abuse. And I'd like to know, and I don't know if they'll ask her this question or if this question would even be admissible, but in how many cases that she's evaluated, what percentage of the cases did she decide were actually medical child abuse? That would be an interesting question. Remember, we're only looking at portions of the testimony that the judge has deemed to be admissible and that the plaintiff is choosing to show. During the defense case, they can show other portions of her testimony, so we might see more of her testimony. But this is just what we're seeing right now, and these are things that the plaintiff wants us to see. So yes, this is in the plaintiff's best light, the testimony that is going to be best for the plaintiff. I'm sure she said things that the defense would want to use that they will have the opportunity to use. So let's go back because we're not done with her quite yet.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Doctor, this letter was faxed to your office on November 3rd, 2016, correct?
Yes, I think we established that.
Why did you not mention Eagle's Wings history of treatment of Maya to the court on November 10th, 2016?
I don't know if I was asked about it or not.
How is it there is not a single mention of Eagle's Wings in your December 5th, 2016 report?
I don't know.
Again, your role and your stated goal was to be thorough, objective, and comprehensive in providing your report to the court, correct?
I provided this report in my role as a medical director for the child protection team. I believe it was eventually, presented to the court. At the time that I did this deposition, the report wasn't completed. So I don't know. I mean, I'd have to read the whole thing to see what, if any, discussion there was about Eagle's Wings Counseling Center in that. If somebody asked me about it or not, I don't know.
All right. Table 6.2, the last bullet point, recommendations for confirming infectious disorder by proxy. Consider covert video surveillance. Did you, in fact, consider covert video surveillance?
There was, I believe there was a day or so that there was some videotaping of the child in her hospital room in an attempt to document the amount of movement that she was and the activities that she was undergoing in her room when people weren't present or when doctors weren't present.
Who directed the video surveillance?
I guess I don't know. They have, a setup at the hospital.
Who directed the video surveillance?
I had discussion with the hospitalists. I don't remember exactly which one it was at that point in time about the possible benefit of that activity.
What did you find with the video surveillance?
The possible benefit of that activity. Remember that we've heard that they placed her commode, Maya's commode, far enough away from her bed while they were videotaping her to see if when staff left the room, she would get out of bed and use the commode. They wanted to prove that she was faking and that she actually could walk and that she was actually in no pain. So they video surveilled her in a clandestine manner without her consent or knowledge. Maya's, that is. Yeah, so she's avoiding the question. You're right, Cami. She's not answering who. She's just diverting, deflecting, not answering the question.
There were numerous instances during the video, which were comparable to numerous observations of the physical therapists, the nurses, the child life staff, the music therapy staff, etc., of the child moving around in bed, putting her feet in normal neutral position, using her upper body, her lower body in various movements that provided concrete evidence in support of all of the observations that were made by numerous hospital staff.
How does any of this indicate child abuse?
How does any of what?
The concrete evidence of her video of Maya Kowalski in her hospital room.
That was related to, I mean, she's 10. So as the children get older, there can be a component of the child having been sort of participating in the medical child abuse.
Did you catch that? She's 10. So she could have been participating in the medical child abuse, faking her pain and faking her need to be in the hospital so that she could be separated from her family and have their parental rights taken away for over 3 months and be left alone in the hospital. She could have been participating in this.
One of the ways that this occurred in this case was that the child had very inconsistent patterns of movement and reports of pain in response to certain movements, and numerous other observations that were made by the hospital personnel. So this was an instance in which there was specific objective documentation that could be presented if necessary regarding what was being described and reported by numerous treating providers at the hospital.
How much involvement did you?
Numerous treating providers at the hospital saw these alleged movements. And yes, thank you, Cami, because CRPS is inconsistent. We know that from people in the chat. Sarah Adams is here. Matt is here. I haven't looked at the chat a ton, but there are 2 people in the chat who do suffer from CRPS, and CRPS is inconsistent. Your symptoms may vary from hour to hour, from day to day, from month to month, from year to year. And pain is relative, right? So she's already admitted she's not an expert in CRPS. And based on what she continues to say, my friends in the chat who suffer with CRPS can tell you, yes, Sarah, constellation of symptoms which vary hour to hour, day to day. And yet she finds it to be her job to get in there and take the parental rights away from Maya's parents. And that's the issue here. I'm going to get back to some of these new members and chats later, but let's try and just stay on task for 1 second. But I see so many people are joining, and I really appreciate you guys so much, because you know the work that goes into putting out these streams. This is not like we just get on here. It's hours and hours of prep and watching and testimony. So there's a lot of work that goes into this, and I'm glad that you guys appreciate it. Let's go back to Dr. Sally Smith.
You have in Maya's care from the time of her admission throughout her sheltering at Johns Hopkins?
So as of October 13th, you mean? I talked to several physicians. I think we've talked about that already. I reviewed information as I was preparing my report.
And beyond October 13th, up until the time of your report, how much involvement did you have in her care?
I was not a treating physician.
That's not my question. How much involvement did you have in her care?
I had conversations with some doctors.
Did you direct any actions?
I had discussion with several doctors at various points in time regarding things that could be considered to improve Maya's safety and her
Was it safe to have her crawling to the commode in her room and have no one help her while videotaping her? Was that improving her safety, Dr. Smith?
and the effort to have her have a more effective separation from her mother. There were
A more effective separation from her mother. Because the separation from her mother needs to be effective. And you will see and you will hear how they monitored her phone calls to her mother.
a lot of times when she was Skyping with her mother, even though she was sheltered in the hospital. And so there were some discussions related to ways to minimize effects on her safety related to that.
Because it would be dangerous for her to speak to her mother or Skype with her mother? Wow.
Beyond discussions, did you direct any actions?
I don't believe so specifically, no.
Did the hospital look to you for direction?
I had discussions with several treating physicians at points along the way while she was admitted.
All right, let's
Remember what we read in the verified complaint, the 8th verified complaint, that they looked to her for direction, that she was the one that Johns Hopkins entrusted to make these decisions. She was the top dog. And according to the procedures that she testified about earlier, if her opinion wasn't to be trusted or wasn't confirmed, she should go above herself to the state director, which of course she never did, because I don't know. She reminds me, there's something in her demeanor that reminds me of Jody Hildebrandt. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Let's look at what we'll mark as Exhibit 7. Dr. Smith, this is 2 sets of text messages between yourself and Dr. Major and Dr.
Okay, this is going to be triggering. If you have not seen these text messages, please take a breath, step away, do whatever you need to do, put it on mute and go back to it later. Trigger warning.
Dees. So let's turn to the 3rd page of the exhibit. And these were produced from your phone, correct, Dr. Smith?
Yes.
To orient the jury, as we look down through these text messages, we see, for example, in the 2nd text message, reply from SS. Who would SS be?
Me,
And reply from PD. Who would PD be?
Paula Dees.
Okay. So you have her number in your phone?
Yes,
She's a saved contact?
I believe so.
Let's look at the 2nd text from the bottom. This is a text from you to Paula Dees where you state, we may need to try to monitor what she's doing online. I wouldn't put anything past her mother.
I'm sorry, where are we?
Page 1 of your text messages.
Oh, okay.
So when you called Cindy, what did you learn?
I don't know.
No independent recollection?
I went there and I talked to some people. I don't know if Cindy was one of them. And I vaguely recall looking at some of the stuff. I know we had some discussion about what they had seen and what they had, captured on the video in terms of whether I really looked at any long review of that. I don't believe I did, but I think that I did have a discussion with, the people in that office about what they had observed, which, as I said earlier, was essentially documentation of many of the things that were being observed by the physical therapy, occupational therapy staff, child life, music therapy, in terms of inconsistencies about what Maya said she could do and the pain that actions would cause, and what she would do when she was just acting on her own without somebody asking her to do something.
Doctor, do you also
Wait, did she just say that she didn't review the tapes? And we just heard her testify earlier that she directed the taping, the videotaping, because she thought it was so important to point out the inconsistencies. And now she's saying that she did not actually review the tapes because it was not that important. Food for thought.
mingle the professional life and personal life in your personal email address?
I don't use email related to patient care. I do receive email from, for example, the medical staff office on my personal email.
Okay. The medical staff office of whom?
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
All right, doctor, we've spent some time discussing your use of different devices and technology. I'd like to direct your attention now back to the text messages. Was previously marked as an exhibit. The response to the fifth request for production from August 30th, 2019. And I'm on what's at the bottom, page 2 of these text messages. There's a message from October 21st, 2016 at 12:50 from you, doctor, to Dr. Deese. It says, "Hey there, just a few things about Maya. Do you have a minute for me to call?" Do you recall what you wanted to discuss regarding Maya on October 21st, 2016?
No,
Do you recall how long the call was?
no,
You were in close contact with the hospitalist, Paula Deese?
I had a number of communications with her during the time that the child was in the hospital.
All right, it looks like an hour and 9 minutes later at 13:59, perhaps after discussion, you write, "Also, probably already in progress, but maybe get her off as many meds as possible." You're suggesting action to the hospitalist on the case at this point?
We were discussing elements of the case and the care.
Do you agree with the characterization that you're suggesting action on the part of the hospitalist?
As it says, I texted to her, probably already in progress, but maybe get her off as many meds as possible.
Would you agree that's a suggestion to the hospitalist?
That was part of our text discussion regarding recommendations. So I guess it was a suggestion. I don't know in what context.
In what context? As to the care and treatment of the patient in the hospital, she's directing the care and patient of the treatment in the hospital. That's what she's doing. In case she doesn't know, I'm going to tell you that's what she's doing.
And it's a suggestion related to Maya's medications while she's sheltered at Johns Hopkins, correct?
I believe I just read exactly what it says.
Do you agree with that characterization? It's a suggestion related to Maya's medications while she's at Johns Hopkins.
It was apparently a proposal related to her medications.
Is the decision whether or not to take Maya off of medications an evaluation?
As a child abuse pediatrician that provides assistance to many doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, I sometimes discuss with them testing or treatments or things like that may be helpful for either the child's well-being or for some element of my evaluation or things like that.
In order to confirm my diagnosis of medical child abuse, I need to direct them what to do and take her off of all of her pain medication, despite the fact that we have medical records showing that Maya actually does have CRPS and is in tremendous pain. I'm going to ignore all of that and direct you doctors to take her off of her pain medication, all of it. And we'll just see what happens. We'll just see if we can confirm my diagnosis of medical child abuse. Does anybody else hear the word salad that's going on here? The word salad, the changing of the words, her feeble attempt to explain her position here. And this deposition was in March 6th of 2020. This so far, according to my count, is deposition number 3. Right. Like they're experimenting on her. Exactly, Sarah.
In my view, the things that you're talking about here were discussions that I had with a couple treating physicians on a few occasions related to things that would improve my safety and assist in minimizing the effects of the medical child abuse.
Because she already made up her mind that there's medical child abuse. You see? Yeah, she's perfect, Debs. Talking in circles and contradicting her own statements.
Were they treatment decisions? Removing from medication. Is that a treatment decision?
That was just a discussion that I had with the treating physician in terms of whether or not she, how she responded to my discussion or recommendations or suggestions to her. That's up to the treating physician.
Is removal of someone from medication a treating decision?
If I had gone in and written the orders myself and directed exactly when a dose was decreased and what medication was discontinued when and things like that, those would be treating decisions. Having a discussion with this physician about a child that we were both providing medical care for and medical evaluation for is not, in my view, a situation in which I was providing treatment for the child.
So you directing the hospitalist what to do with respect to this child. Now remember, she's got no expertise in all of those things that she talked about regarding children, regarding CRPS, regarding psychology, psychiatry, yet she has made the decision that this child is making this up and that her mother is inflicting medical child abuse on her. And now she's walking it back saying, I wasn't really directing the doctor to do anything. It was just a conversation we were having. Whether the doctor followed my suggestions or not isn't my problem. When she's already said she's the big doctor in charge of medical child abuse and their top consultant for this exact thing. Is anybody else understanding, reading between the lines here? Had she come in and testified with a little, remember, this is in 2020, okay? Beata committed suicide in January of 2017. So this is 3 years later. Had she come into this deposition with a modicum of empathy, a modicum of sympathy, an apologetic tone, perhaps some remorse, perhaps testified in a way where she thought, well, this is what I thought at the time. And, it was an idea that I had to do this. This case could play very differently. But when I see people in other live streams, in other chats, watching this testimony and defending this woman, my heart sinks, because I just hope there's nobody like that on the jury. I just do. And you can say that I'm biased, and you can say whatever you want. I'm not here to give you a neutral channel. See what it says right here? I'm not a cupcake. The sign over here, the pink one, says you can't make everyone happy. You are not a cupcake. I have opinions. I'm going to share them with you. I have opinions as a lawyer, as a mother, as a human being. And if anybody thinks that it's okay for a privatized DCF system to take away your parental rights with zero evidence and what I consider to be a great deal of evidence to the contrary, that's shocking to me. And it can happen to any one of us. Back to Sally.
So a treating decision is only made by the person that undersigns a particular progress note and not by the team that consults in making that treating decision?
All of these things, we've talked about were something I said, maybe, something I said, consider, are you doing this, things like that. So I'm not directing them to do specific treatment. For example, with the removal of medications, that had already been ongoing and mostly completed when I asked the question. So clearly that wasn't based on something I told them to do. That was based on all of the treating physicians at the hospital, the pain management team, the hospitalists, and whoever. I said something about maybe get her off as many meds as possible. Yep, last med coming off today. So it's not like 7 minutes later, they had removed all of her medications based on my recommendation.
Okay, so she can only defend herself with regard to what they have receipts on, right? So, you know, she'll word salad her way around what it physically says in these text messages, but we don't know what conversations she had with people or doctors that are not included in the receipts that are in front of her. But oof.
My question is very simple. Is removing medications from someone a treating decision? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't know if
She
removing
doesn't
someone
know.
from
She's a
medications is a
doctor,
treating
medical
decision.
doctor.
You know, it depends on all the circumstances and stuff in terms of whether that would be considered treating and, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, certainly that would be one thing that a treating physician might do.
Okay, a little break before we get into the
Doctor,
next.
raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Has your position insofar or role with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital changed in any way?
I continue to be a member of the active medical staff. That's my only relationship with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. I don't really know anything about how people at the hospital have some sort of employment or relationship or title or anything.
Who would you say was the person that you had the most contact with during the period of Maya's placement at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? Which doctor? Would it be Michelle Smith? I mean, who would it be? Tepa Sanchez? Would it be Malik Farad? Who would it be?
My recollection, I spoke to Dr. Tepa Sanchez about the child once. I spoke to Dr. Vose about the child either once or twice. I never spoke to Dr. Malik.
After Beata's suicide, did you receive a call, text, any other communication from Dr. Major?
Quick, look for the receipts, see if they're there before you answer the question. This is deposition number 4, January 18, 2022.
Dr. Major and I exchanged a few text messages on January 9th and January 10th of 2017, all of which I believe have been previously produced for you.
Yes,
I'm
please don't make me
wondering,
read
when
them.
was the last time you worked on a committee other than the credentialing committee?
Guess she's going to look for a copy of her CV so that she can give an accurate answer to this question, at least.
I was, most of the committees that I was on, I left in 2004 when I left my employment with the hospital. I was a community pediatrician representative to the medical staff executive committee from July 2011 to January of 2016. Since January of 2016, the only committee at all children's that I've served on is the Standards and Credentials Committee.
And for your work, training residents and interns and otherwise consulting, how are you compensated?
I'm not, I'm volunteer.
How many hours a week would you say that you devote to training Johns Hopkins residents, interns, and doctors?
Personally, close to zero. They primarily work with the nurse practitioners with our team.
Under you?
I supervise them, yes.
Without naming any names, can you give us some examples of the type of consulting you've been doing? I mean, what, you know, is it a broken leg? Is it fever? Is it a child with hysterics? What kind of situations can you think of that you provide consultation?
With the residents and the medical students?
Right, or the doctors.
Well, residents are doctors.
Granted.
No, thank you.
It's very random. So the children that come here are coming here for medical evaluation for alleged child abuse or neglect. If I'm here and
The children that are coming here, coming into the hospital. So every single child who's coming into the hospital is coming here for medical evaluation for an alleged child abuse or neglect. Every single one of them. That's the way I heard that testimony.
I'm available and the nurse practitioner has seen an interesting child with them or might have a question about a child that they've seen and wants me to help review with them to guide them, then if the resident happens to be present, they might hear the discussion that we have. I would say over the
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to rewind that. That's a great idea. Let's rewind that.
10 or 15 years.
Okay, we'll start with what kind of situations can you think of that you provide consultation in the hospital, right?
With the residents and the medical students?
Right, or the doctors.
Well, residents are doctors.
Granted, but
it's very random. So the children that come here are coming here for medical evaluation for alleged child abuse or neglect. If I'm here and I'm available and the nurse practitioner has seen an interesting child with them or might have a question about a child that they've seen and wants me to help review with them to guide them, then if the resident happens to be present, they might hear the discussion that we have. I would say over the 10 or 15 years on maybe a few occasions, I've recognized a resident that was here who I might have seen or I knew was involved with a child that I saw at the hospital, and we might discuss that child in more detail. But that's happened maybe less than a half dozen times over the last 10 years.
now,
That's the way I heard it. Every child here who comes here is coming to be evaluated for medical child abuse. The jury's allowed to take notes, remember, and they are also allowed to ask questions. Unfortunately, they can't ask questions of this witness because this is deposition testimony that's being played, so she's not there live. But I wish that she was there live so that the jury could ask questions, because the jury has shown that they are very intelligent, and the questions that they have been asking of witnesses are incredibly well written, well reasoned, well thought out. And this jury is incredibly smart. I'll tell you that right now, just based on the questions that they've been asking. And they're paying attention.
Let me ask you about the credentialing committee. Is that who determines who can strike it? What kind of credentials are you talking about there?
So anyone who is providing medical care at the hospital or in the outpatient setting in some circumstances has to be approved based on their credentials. Standards and credentials committees are standard at medical facilities, and that committee reviews resumes and recommendations and lists of procedures performed. We used to interview the people who were applying for privileges, but that's changed over the years, and now we only occasionally do direct interviewing. Then the committee makes a recommendation to the medical executive committee about whether a person who is applying for privileges with the hospital should be approved. Then the medical executive committee in turn presents the information to the board of trustees for approval.
Okay, thank you. So this is what would be known as privileges? Is that the same thing?
These are people who are applying for practicing privileges at the hospital.
So when a doctor says, I've got privileges at that hospital, this is what you're approving?
We're reviewing their information and making a recommendation to the next step, as I went through.
Does that mean yes? Colloquially, when a doctor says, I have privileges somewhere, if they want to have privileges at Johns Hopkins, your committee is one of the hoops they jump through?
They have been presumably vetted by our committee, and a recommendation to approve staff privileges has been made.
All right, let's start off with employment. At the time that you rendered services for the medical protection team, who were you employed by back in 2016 and 2017?
At that time, as the medical director of the child protection team, I was employed by, Suncoast Center Incorporated and the state of Florida Department of Health.
Were you employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital during that interval of time?
No.
Specifically, plaintiffs have indicated that you completed your residency at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Is that true?
At the time that I was in the residency program from July of 1984 until the end of December of 1985, it was just called All Children's Hospital. It was not affiliated with Johns Hopkins.
Okay. And in briefing, I believe there's also a claim that you took a faculty position at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Is that true?
No, again, I worked for All Children's Hospital, not affiliated with Johns Hopkins in any way, from 1990 until, from July of 1990 until, I believe, November of 2002.
Have you ever been employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Object the form.
No,
Any claim to the contrary would be untrue?
correct.
How does it work? It seems like from what you've testified previously that you were medical director of the child protective team, but that you were both employed by Suncoast and Department of Health. Can you kind of explain that dual employment arrangement?
Yeah, so as the medical director of a child protection team, I received direct compensation from the Department of Health for some components of my responsibilities. Typically, that has been about 17 and a half hours per week for the last, 10 or 15 years. The Suncoast Center Incorporated holds the contract for the Pinellas County Child Protection Team. I believe they have done so since 2008. And so, in addition to the direct compensation that I get from the Department of Health, I also am in the role of the medical director for the child protection team under Suncoast Center.
Over the years, my understanding is you've served on some committees with both All Children's Hospital and later Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And pertaining to the times that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital strike that, were you ever compensated by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for any committee service?
No. Back when I worked for the hospital, I mean, obviously I was participating in committees during time frame that I was, you know, an employee. But since November of 2002, I have not received any compensation of any sort for being on any committees.
Okay. So it's fair to say, since around approximately the turn of the millennia, you have not been employed by All Children's Hospital.
Not since November 2002.
This Fifth Avenue Pediatrics listed on your CV from March 2003 to the present. What is Fifth Avenue Pediatrics?
That's the current name for the private practice that I'm a partner in.
Is that private practice affiliated in any way with Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
No.
My understanding is you were first contacted by a Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital physician in this case on or about October 8 of 2016. Do you recall that conversation?
Generally, yes.
At the time that you were reached out to by Dr. Tepa Sanchez, were you receiving that call as an independent medical staff physician?
If I understand the terminology correctly, yes.
Okay. Well, why don't you explain the difference between when you get involved in a case as a CPT versus if a doctor who needs a consult just contacts you?
Well, technically the child protection team can be involved in a case if there is a report to the abuse hotline and either an investigator with Child Protective Investigations or law enforcement requests for us to provide a medical evaluation. There are some cases over the many years I've been involved with All Children's and now Johns Hopkins All Children's, where that may or may not have occurred as yet, but a physician, knowing my expertise in child abuse pediatrics and my capacity as an active member of the medical staff, will contact me directly to ask questions about a case that they are seeing and seeking some guidance about whether or not there may or may not be abuse or neglect in the case.
Is there anything wrong or unethical about a physician who has suspicions reaching out to a child abuse pediatric such as yourself for some insight?
I can't imagine why there would be. For example, if somebody, if the doctor thinks that a child might have a heart problem, but they don't know exactly how to proceed with further pursuing that, they wouldn't be unethical to consult a cardiologist that's on the active medical staff for guidance. I think consulting an active medical staff member with expertise in child abuse pediatrics, in my view, would be the same thing.
Is it fair to say that when you were rendering services to in this case, that you were exercising your independent professional judgment?
Yes.
I guess my first question for you is, did you have a customary practice back in October 2016 and into 2017 as to how you would introduce yourself to a family where you're doing a CPT investigation?
Yes, I would state that I was Dr. Sally Smith and I'm a pediatrician with the child protection team.
Do you recall doing that with Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I've testified in depositions before that Mrs. Kowalski knew exactly who I was. The timing of the meeting with her, et cetera, was arranged a little bit ahead of time so that I knew she would be there and she knew I would be there. And I believe there were people from Protective Investigations that were present during the interview.
There's a lot of conflicting testimony about that. There's a lot of conflicting testimony about her holding herself out as being a pediatrician affiliated with the hospital and never indicating to Jack and Beata and Maya that she was there in her role as part of the child protection team investigating abuse.
Do you actually recall introducing yourself as the medical director of the child protection team to Beata Kowalski?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall the same with respect to Jack Kowalski?
Yes.
You introduced yourself at that time as the medical director of the child protection team?
I may have introduced myself as a pediatrician with the child protection team. I don't know for sure that I said specifically medical director.
Sure. But you would have said something about your role with the child protection team?
Absolutely.
Earlier this year. Did you ever represent to Maya Kowalski that you worked for All Children's Hospital?
No.
Did you ever represent to Beata Kowalski that you worked for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
No.
Did you ever indicate to Jack Kowalski that you worked for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
No.
Did you ever prescribe medication?
And the jury, as the finder of fact, is going to have to weigh the testimony as to who they believe. Are they going to believe Sally Smith, who has testified in 6 questions that she never held herself out as being a pediatrician with Johns Hopkins, or if they're going to believe the testimony of Maya and Jack, who both say that she did?
For Maya Kowalski?
No.
Did you ever enter a progress note in Maya Kowalski's medical chart?
No.
Okay, to the best of your recollection, were you wearing a white lab coat with Johns Hopkins insignia on it when you met Maya Kowalski?
I don't have and have never had a lab coat with the Johns Hopkins insignia on it. I definitely wasn't wearing any such thing when I saw Maya Kowalski on either of the 2 occasions that I saw her.
Did you direct anybody?
Somebody said in the chat that they saw a picture or a video of her wearing a Johns Hopkins lab coat. So I don't know where you saw that or where that was shown. If it's been shown in court, let me know, because admittedly I have not watched every minute of testimony. But if anybody has any evidence of that, let me know, because that's interesting.
With respect to Maya Kowalski's care and treatment at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
In the course of her hospital stay, there were times that I spoke with, I believe, Dr. Deese and Dr. Major with regard to the issue of medical child abuse and some things that could be considered in terms of demonstrations of movements that she was making that weren't consistent with the reported diagnosis of RDS, or what they're calling now complex regional pain syndrome. I had discussions with people about her course in the hospital, but I never was directing any treatment for her.
When you're working as, the medical director of the child protection team for Pinellas County, is it common for you to discuss aspects of a patient with the patient's treating providers?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital ever hold you out as Johns Hopkins employee or agent while you were rendering services as the medical director of the child protection team in Pinellas County?
No.
Okay. And at some point, I understand you talked to a Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
What do you recall about the conversations you had with Dr. Kirkpatrick? Generally speaking.
So what I recall was that I think he called and left a message and I called him back, and the one thing I definitely remember was that he told me that I should not evaluate the child for Munchausen syndrome by proxy, because that was not a problem in the case.
Okay. And did you consider his advice?
Well, I certainly heard him, but
I certainly heard him. The question was, did you consider his advice? Well, I heard him.
if I had heeded his recommendation, I would not have been doing my job. And
What do you mean by that?
well, my job in this case was to respond to the request from the investigators and law enforcement as to whether there was medical evidence of child
Okay, this is important because she just mentioned law enforcement. We're going to see later that there's going to be an objection to this, and it's going to be stricken from the record because there is no information or evidence that law enforcement asked her to do anything or that they were even involved. So just take a deep breath and know that.
abuse or neglect in the case.
I'm just going to
And the
rewind
only
that
way
tiny
to
bit
do
so you can
that
hear it
when
again,
the
because I think she says it more
concern
than
is
once.
Munchausen syndrome recommendation, I would not have been doing my job. And
What do you mean by that?
well, my job in this case was to respond to the request from the investigators and law enforcement as to whether there was medical evidence of child abuse or neglect in the case. And the only way to do that when the concern is Munchausen syndrome by proxy or medical child abuse is to gather extensive medical records as much as one can, review all of those medical records, put that in the context of information that may be directly obtained, such as the information I got directly from Beata. Ordinarily, one would consider one's physical exam, but in this case, I was unable to conduct a physical exam on the child. And then
So the physical exam wasn't important. She was unable to do a physical exam. She says it's important to review all the medical records, but Dr. Kirkpatrick testified that he never sent her the medical records. So she didn't have Dr. Kirkpatrick's medical records. So keep that in mind, in addition to the fact that law enforcement never asked her to do anything because they were not involved. Sarah, yes, I saw you sent me a picture and I have it. So I need to take a look at it when we have a little break, and we'll do that. But it looks like a very old picture. I'm not sure when it was taken. So she did say was affiliated with Johns Hopkins at some point. I think the question here was she holding herself out in 2016 in October, November, December when she was on the case of Maya Kowalski? And that looks like a really old picture. So it's not really evidence that she actually had the lab coat or wore it during the time that she was not even treating, I'm going to say, consulting on the Kowalski case. But thank you for that. I appreciate it, Sarah.
and put all that information together to try to determine whether there's medical evidence of child abuse. So if on October 11th or 12th, or 13th, when I spoke to Dr. Kirkpatrick, I had just said, oh, Dr. Kirkpatrick says there's no Munchausen syndrome by proxy here, so there must not be, I would not have been doing my job.
Do you know who Dr. James Lewis is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a neuropsychologist. At the time Maya was admitted to the hospital, he was a consulting neuropsychologist for the child protection team, and he provided a neuropsychological evaluation of her as part of the evaluation under the child protection team.
And he's not a medical doctor, is he?
No.
I believe he's a PhD.
Correct.
Is it common for people like Dr. Lewis to perform a psychological evaluation of a child who's the subject or whose parents are the subject of an ongoing investigation?
He was doing so probably about 20 or 25 times per year at that time.
Well, do you know who he was employed by back when he consulted with Maya Kowalski?
He was contracted with the child protection team. And so when he would provide a neuropsychological evaluation for a child who had been, referred to the team for assessment, I believe he would just submit a fee for service type invoice or something to Suncoast Center.
To your knowledge, was he employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
To my knowledge, he was not.
Other than the grand rounds that you've discussed, do you have any evidence that you received any compensation from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I have not. Case.
Well, that you were well, you never even told her that you were investigating her for allegations that she committed child abuse, did you?
Well, based on Mr. Hughes's report of her email, I think we could, have a discussion of what she understood about what I was doing. But
No, this is about
I
you.
introduced myself as a pediatrician with the child protection team. I did not go into major detail about what that meant.
And you did not do that with Jack Kowalski, did you? In
I
that
did
first
not go
interview
into
with
detail.
him, let me finish my question. In that first interview with him, you did not tell him that you were investigating him for possible allegations under allegations of child abuse of Maya, did you?
I introduced myself as with the child protection team. I did not go into detail about what that meant.
And you did.
Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of chatter in the chat about the lab coat, and she says she never ever owned one. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's the least of the lies that we're going to catch her in, right? So let's not try and focus on that so much. Because there are so many other lies that are so much more important. But I do believe that she probably was wearing a Johns Hopkins lab coat when she introduced herself to the parents, when she introduced herself to Maya. The jury's not really going to be allowed to go and Google these things. So we kind of want to try and look at this through the eyes of the jury. And I'm sure there are pictures out there, and I'm sure that, we could catch her in a lot of lies, including that one. But the jury's not going to be able to see that, because unless they show one during trial, it's not going to be allowed into evidence. And that's also the reason that we're not seeing these entire depositions, the entire testimony, because a lot of it was objected to. When you do a deposition, you can pretty much ask whatever you want. You can object to questions during a deposition, but the deponent, the person who's being deposed, has to answer the question, and those objections are preserved for the time of trial. So prior to the plaintiff showing these portions of the deposition, they had to be cleared by the judge as being admissible. And it's not the defense that gets to decide what the plaintiff is allowed to show, it's the judge. So the defense can object to portions of the testimony, and then the judge has to rule on what is allowed to be shown to the jury. So we're not seeing it all. We're seeing what the judge allowed in the pool of testimony that the plaintiff wanted to get into evidence. And then the defense will have their turn, and they can put the portions of her depositions in that they want to put in, if any. So that's what I have to say about that.
Did not tell Maya Kowalski, in your version, that you were investigating her parents for child abuse, did you?
I was taking a medical history from the people in terms of
The people. From the people. We saw this recently in another case. Was it this case or was it another case? The people. I was taking a medical history from the people. How's that going to play with the jury?
instructing them about that I was an investigator or something. I did not do that.
Just out of curiosity, what were you wearing when you interviewed the Kowalskis?
Business casual street clothes and ID badge.
Well, okay. And what does the ID badge say on it? Does it have your name?
Yes.
And it has Johns Hopkins on it.
It had a logo for the hospital as an ID badge would.
And what field of expertise did you hold at the time?
Would a reasonable person who sees a person coming into their child's room in a hospital wearing, which she's now admitting, an ID badge with the Johns Hopkins logo on it, would a reasonable person infer or make the assumption that she was a doctor with the hospital? That's the question here. A reasonable person. Because now she's admitting she had an ID badge on that said Sally Smith, MD, with the hospital logo. I don't know. I think she just buried herself. Whether she was wearing the lab coat or not, now it doesn't really matter because she just admitted she had the badge on.
Time that Dr. Tefa Sanchez contacted you on October 8th.
Child abuse pediatrics.
Okay, and you had active staff privileges on October 8th?
I did.
You had privileges at Johns Hopkins?
Yes.
Is that the last one? Yes, Sean.
I'm so proud.
I'm so proud of myself.
Okay, and that is the last deposition. That is the end of her testimony that was shown by the plaintiff. So now let's go to the chat. I'm sure you have a lot to say about this. A lot to say. And remember, these are only the helpful parts that they thought were going to be helpful to the plaintiff's case. Karen, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Caroline Ciano, thanks for becoming a new member. Janelle, welcome to membership. It's going to be a lot of fun, you guys. Jeff Litweiler, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you so much. I had started a few questions here. Let me get to them. Okay, I think I just answered this. Mystery Murder Chic, I want to know why defense can pick and choose what plaintiffs want to show. As to evidence, defense should not be allowed to pick and choose what plaintiffs can and can't use against them. I think I just explained that, but the judge decides, not the defense. The defense can object to portions of the testimony that they think are objectionable, and then the judge rules on that outside the presence of the jury and determines what will or will not be shown. Matt Bond, hi Matt, thanks so much for your super chat. I know that you are one of a few people in the chat who actually is afflicted with CRPS. And so when you hear or see Matt in the chat, know that what he is saying in the chat comes from personal experience. Doctors like this is why I'm terrified of hospitals. I can see it. It's terrifying me. I don't have a chronic condition that took a long time to diagnose. Matt also says, I sleep with my feet in a box under the sheet because it's torture. And we've heard testimony from Maya. We haven't watched that together, but Maya has said, and her father has said, and other doctors have said, that just a sheet on top of her legs would cause her excruciating pain. And as a parent, you know how horrible it is to see your child in pain, and you will do anything to get your child out of pain, and you just wish that you could take your child's pain away. And it's a terrible, terrible feeling when your child is in pain and you feel helpless and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Janelle, because she has no knowledge of CRPS and thinks those with it are faking. I think that's in regard to your opinion on Sally Smith's testimony. Joy says, your biased view is disturbing. If JH did nothing and she died, you would blame them. My biased view is my biased view based on the testimony that I am watching with you for the first time. I haven't even watched her testimony before. But based on my watching of her testimony, I don't believe her. And I think that she comes across as someone who thinks she's the smartest person in the room. And I think my opinion is that she did not tell the parents that she was with the child protection team. And she probably didn't, because I think she knows that if she tells people that, they're not going to talk to her, which would have been a reasonable answer instead of potentially lying about it. So that is my opinion. It's not a bias. It's my opinion. When I hear the defense side, I'd like to hear them explain it. Hi, Keely. Yes, exactly. She has no history with it. She believes she knows more than anyone. She is calling the child a liar. It's just sickening. Right. And that's your opinion and you're entitled to it. Sweet one, I think, do you also have CRPS? For me, it's my hair. My scalp hurts so bad I can't touch or brush my hair. See, everyday activities are very, very difficult for people who suffer with CRPS, and people who don't understand it. And the fact that she admittedly knows nothing about CRPS and was so quick to jump to the conclusion of her mom committing medical child abuse when she allegedly spoke with Dr. Kirkpatrick, who confirmed the diagnosis of CRPS. To me, that's the issue here. Amy, congratulations on becoming a new member. We are so happy to have you. Laura Kang, thank you so much for your 1999 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. I really appreciate you. Sweet one. She was only 10. Yes, this was her first year of symptoms. She was not even old enough to develop hammer fingers. I was shocked at that statement. She is a doctor. Well, she's a doctor who clearly doesn't know as much as my viewers and the people in my chat know about CRPS. And you're right. This was a child who at 10 years old had just been diagnosed with CRPS. It had not reached its full effects yet. And those who have it know that it is a lifelong disease and disorder, and that there is no cure, and that the symptoms may wax and wane, and you may come in and out of remission. You have good days, you have bad days. Your pain level and your symptoms can vary from minute to minute, from hour to hour, and from day to day. So just because someone looks like they're having a good day today or a good hour right now doesn't mean that's how it's going to be in the next hour. Thank you, Dr. Edward Moskowitz, for your $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. My heart goes out to each person that has this. God bless you. This woman has no kindness or compassion. Yeah. And like, if she was properly prepped for this deposition, and let's say I was her attorney, and let's say that I had to prep her for this deposition, I would have prepped her to become, or to come across in a way that was more gentle, more empathetic, more kind, because this is what the jury is seeing. And this is not, in my opinion, what I would want the jury seeing if she was my client. There's a way to prep a witness. She may have been unpreppable. I don't know. Hi, Cassandra. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. I appreciate you. Alma, thank you for your $2 super sticker. I appreciate you too. Please, you guys, show respect to my moderators in the chat. They work really, really hard. We're already in here for almost 2 hours, and we still have to watch. We still have the deposition testimony of CATHI Bedy to watch. So please be respectful to Donna Marie. She is doing a really, really, really hard job. She moderates the comments and she moderates the chat. Let's be respectful to everyone in the chat and each other and the moderators. Thank you. Hi, Sarah. A simple Google image search on Sally Smith reveals her in a white lab coat with Johns Hopkins insignia on it. I believe you. If anybody wants to do that, they can certainly do that. I'm not going to show any pictures on the stream because I have no way to verify if that's her, when that was. I hear other people in the chat saying that some other YouTubers have done that. It's just not my style. I'm not going to do it. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member. Yay, we're so happy to have you. And Tina, thank you for becoming a member. I see you in the chat a lot and in the comments. Thank you. And Kel became a member. Oh, and Kim Alliston, thank you so much for becoming a member, you guys. I'm loving it that you're loving it. I'm loving it that you're here, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Wildlight's art, it happens all the time that children's concerns are minimized, invalidated, disbelieved. Yes, you are correct. But you know, we would hope that it didn't happen in a children's hospital, where we would hope that they are equipped to deal with children's disorders. And just because CRPS is very rare and it's not always easily discernible or easily diagnosed, the fact that her treating doctor confirmed the diagnosis, I mean, to me, that's the linchpin in this case. It just is. Hi, Maureen. You're always in pain. You learn to deal with it through pain management and CBT. Meds only stave off the inevitable bad days. Yeah. Laura, I think she's not wired for empathy. Sounds like she prefers popping in to render her expertise and has chosen this path rather than developing long-term relationships with children and parents. Yeah. Hi, Maya. I pronounced it right this time. Can the jury grant the family more than 200 million? They can pick whatever number they want. And, understand also, you can ask for whatever number you want in a complaint. You can ask for 200 million. Doesn't mean you're going to get it. The jury could award $1. The jury could award nothing. So they can award whatever they want. In Florida, the jury is 6 people on the jury, and the jury must be unanimous in Florida, which is another difference between New York and Florida. In New York, you need 5 out of 6 jurors to agree. And in Florida, all 6 must agree. This is a civil case, which is why there is 6 jurors instead of 12. When we watch criminal trials, there are 12 members on the jury. So a little bit different here. Thank you, Dana, for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We pride ourselves in being kind to each other. So let's all be kind to each other. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We are going to move on. And we are going to watch. I don't think we need to watch the lawyers argue. I was going to show you their argument after the fact about the objection to the portion of the testimony that said law enforcement, but I can just tell you that the judge issued a curative instruction to tell the jury that they should not consider the portion of her testimony where she said that law enforcement asked her to investigate because there's been no evidence of that. And so they should not listen to that part of her testimony and disregard that portion of her testimony. Okay, now we are going to watch the videotaped testimony from CATHI Bedy, who is the social worker. So we're doing 2 of the most critical witnesses in one day. All right. If you need a break, you can certainly go and put it on pause and come back and you can start it over and it will start over for you. I mean, you won't miss a beat because you can pause it and you can come back and it will be right where we left off. All right. Now we are going to watch the testimony of CATHI Bedy, also triggering. So please guide your actions accordingly and your tolerance accordingly. Okay. And here we go.
Since you went on break, and that you have not seen any media coverage since you went on break. Okay, Mr. Anderson, who are we calling next?
Okay, this volume, I have the volume all the way up on this, and it sounds lower to me, so you may need to turn up your own volume. Nothing on my end that I can really do.
Yeah, that's right. Deposition of CATHERINE BEDY. CATHERINE BEDY by deposition.
Okay, Mr. Reyes, you may. Whoops, I need to turn the system back on.
Okay, that's why he didn't turn the system on. The judge's name is Judge Carroll.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Catherine R. Bedy.
Good. And where do you work?
I work for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
And what is your position?
I'm a pediatric intensive care licensed clinical social worker.
Okay, so as opposed to Sally Smith, Dr. Sally Smith, who we just heard from, who says she was not an employee of the hospital, although she did admit that she wore an ID badge that said she was with the hospital. CATHI Bedy is, in fact, an employee of the hospital, and as such, the hospital is vicariously liable for her actions. Keep that in mind.
Have you been disciplined in any of your jobs?
Yes.
All right. Have you been disciplined in any of your jobs?
Yes.
All right. Tell me where and why.
I was disciplined at John Hopkins for yelling at another coworker.
And what was the consequence? Were you
It was just a written.
a write-up, basically? Yes. What happened there?
It was. I'm not sure if I understand your question.
You guys got into an argument?
Yes.
Okay. But whatever happened, Johns Hopkins felt it was necessary to write you up?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so in any event, after that discipline, were you subject to any retraining of any kind?
No.
And obviously you were not fired.
Correct.
What was the name of the person that made the complaint against you?
Her name is Pam. For the life of me, I don't remember her last name.
And what was her position?
She was a case manager in the cardiac care unit.
What's a case manager? Is that another social worker?
No, case managers.
The nurse?
No, well, she is a nurse, but they work to coordinate discharge for medical equipment, medications, home nursing. They work to help discharge patients to rehab centers.
And what was the essence of the dispute?
She doesn't want to talk about it, clearly.
Here, let me show you. Maybe I can help you. I'm going to show you Exhibit 3 for the record.
Okay.
And what is that date?
11/18/2016.
2016. 11/18/16.
Yes.
So this was during Maya's stay?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened? Were you complaining at the time of covering more than one unit, if you will, or floor?
Yes.
At that time, were you covering more than one floor?
I was covering 2 units.
What units?
The pediatric intensive care unit and the cardiovascular intensive care unit.
All right. Where was Maya Kowalski? What unit was she in at this time, November?
She would have been on the 7th floor.
And what was that?
The 7th floor is a med-surg floor along with...
Med-surg?
Yes. So
What does
some
that
of our
mean?
medical and surgical.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for surgery.
Yeah. And there's also EEG floor.
Why was she on that floor?
I don't know that.
Okay. But was that your assigned floor? In other words, were you part of med surgical or EEG?
No, I was not part of that.
But yeah, you stayed with Maya when she moved onto that floor, did you not?
I did.
And then in November, what's the date there?
November 18th.
You were complaining that you were essentially overworked by having both the pediatric intensive care and the cardio intensive care units to look after?
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And you chose nonetheless to take on responsibility for trying to manage visitation and counseling needs for Maya Kowalski?
It was an assignment. It wasn't something that I chose to do.
Okay, for the record, Ms. Bedy, it's from Nina Bagby Bishop. Who's she?
Yeah. She was a social worker that was with the hospital.
All right. And it's to you, and it's dated October 19, 2016. Subject is 709 Maya Kowalski. Was 709 her room number or something? That designation there?
Yes.
Yeah, figured. Okay, and it says, Dear Kathy, Avon said you were wanting to continue to follow this child. Please let me know if you plan to do this now that she's on my floor. Thanks, Nina. All right, so I'm guessing Nina was the
All right. So does that change your answer that you were assigned to work on that floor, or now are you going to say you asked to follow Maya?
Social worker on the 7th floor.
Correct.
And it says Avon. Who's Avon?
Yvonne was another social worker.
Avon said you wanted to continue to follow this child. Is that true?
No, it was assigned, and I said I would continue to follow.
So if that's inaccurate in the records, what else is inaccurate in the records? That would be my next question.
Okay, so when Yvonne said you were wanting to follow this child, Yvonne was incorrect.
Correct.
You were assigned it and you did not ask for this assignment in any way?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Did you receive any instructions or including to just keep them up to speed from anybody from risk management?
Yes.
And who was that?
I talked with Patty Condon.
Okay. Patty, a doctor or nurse?
I don't know what Patty's profession is. She's
Okay.
in risk management.
Okay. Who else?
That would be who I talked to in risk management mostly. I may have talked to Louise.
Was risk management fairly involved in this case? Maybe not initially in October, but after a few months?
Yes.
And so let me ask you something about how you got involved in this case. First, I want to know a little bit about your qualifications for a case that I think you would agree with me is this complex. Would you agree with me this is a complex case?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Tell me what, before being assigned to Maya, what specific training you had in CRPS?
I didn't have any in CRPS.
What is RSD?
It's regional pain disorder.
Okay.
I had to think about it.
All right.
No, it's reflex sympathetic dystrophy. Not even
Do you
close.
have any specific training in RSD?
No.
How about Munchausen's by proxy?
Yes, in graduate school.
Okay, and what was that specific training that you had in graduate school?
Psychopathology.
And how long would you say they spent on Munchausen by proxy?
I can't tell you. That was a long time ago.
I mean, was this an entire course devoted to it, or is this one of several subjects of knowing about different abuse disorders? What was it?
It was a course designed for psychopathology that also there was highlights of child abuse, different forms of child abuse.
Okay. And prior to the allegations against Maya Kowalski, how many cases, if any, of Munchausen's by proxy, where it was confirmed it was Munchausen by proxy, had you handled?
3.
All right. 3 cases.
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone at Johns Hopkins, management or physician-wise, ever question leaving you on such a sensitive case as Maya Kowalski after the write-up with your conflict with a coworker?
Not that I'm aware of.
So they left you on despite this incident, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that 3 cases do not make you an expert in Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you have no background training and experience to provide any expertise in Munchausen by proxy?
To provide.
Any expertise in Munchausen by proxy?
I have a little bit of knowledge of it from the cases.
All right.
But I'm certainly not, I have not researched, and I'm not
All right. So when you gained knowledge, though, it was from physicians, I would gather. Psychologists or doctors, people like that.
Sometimes, yes.
Well, did you read things about it or study anything
Yes.
about it? Okay. What did you read and study?
So through graduate school, I read many of articles that were written in the medical literature, along with the social work literature.
Specific to Munchausen by proxy?
Yes.
Okay. So then, are you telling us you had sufficient knowledge to determine whether a specific action, inaction, or behavior was consistent with Munchausen by proxy?
That's not my role at the hospital.
Okay. You alone would not know whether a particular activity, action, reaction, symptom was part of what, say, a DSM-4, DSM-5 diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy would be.
No, I would know.
You would know which was a symptom and which wasn't a symptom?
I would know some of them, yes.
Okay, name the top 5 symptoms of Munchausen by proxy.
Oh, this should be good.
The parent seeks multiple medical professionals in order to get diagnosis on very vague kinds of symptoms. The child may be admitted to ERs or multiple hospitals.
All right.
The parent is often unwilling to share information from other providers with current providers. The parents are demanding of certain medical treatments that seem out of place or out of line with the current medical diagnosis. The parents seem very attentive to their child.
Anything else?
Does it sound to anybody else like she may have just looked it up before she went into her deposition? Because she rattled those off pretty quickly for somebody who just read some articles in graduate school, which I think was a long time ago.
You asked for the top 5, so.
Okay. I was thinking more in terms of physical symptoms of the child themselves.
Physical symptoms of the child is, again, very vague diagnoses. Symptoms could be just about anything depending on what the parent was using.
Distinguish for me the telltale lesions from CRPS from, say, scratches.
I can't.
Okay. So these seem like more psychological evaluations about the parent's willingness to share information, right?
That's part of the DSM-5 diagnosis.
Okay. What is your role then?
So my role is to coordinate with the unit the needs for the patient that might be getting the medical team together in order to discuss the progress of a case, to discuss with the parents the medical condition of the child. I work with and making sure that all the multidisciplinary teams are working with the patient that need to work with the patient.
Aren't those medical decisions?
Well, if they are medical decisions, but if I have questions from PT, OT, or speech therapy, I may be working with them to make sure that parents and the providers understand what the needs are. I also work a lot with DCF on cases. So I'm making sure that the DCF orders are followed.
Like listening in on phone calls.
I'm working with detectives and CPIs in coordinating their access to the patients, coordinating their access to records.
When you start caring for a patient, do you read the chart?
Yes.
Do you determine what the operating diagnosis is?
Yes.
Did this child's operating diagnosis include complex regional pain syndrome.
Her diagnosis included that, yes.
As soon as this child, the medical doctors, not you, determined, hospital determined in the chart that she did have complex regional pain syndrome, that invalidated any allegation of Munchausen's by proxy, correct?
That was not a determination for me to make.
Well, you said that you'd read up on it, right?
On Munchausen, correct.
That was important. So we're going to rewind that.
Diagnosis is.
Yes.
Did this child
Did this child's operating diagnosis include
operating
complex
diagnosis include complex regional pain syndrome?
CRPS?
Her diagnosis included that, yes.
Yes, it was in her chart. Yes. In fact, the hospital billed over $250,000 to the insurance company for, wait for it, CRPS treatment.
As soon as this child, the medical doctors, not you, determined, hospital determined in the chart that she did have complex regional pain syndrome, that invalidated any allegation of Munchausen's by proxy, correct?
That was not a determination for me to make.
Well, you said that you'd read up on it, right?
On
Now he's
Munchausen,
got her.
correct.
And you did recommend on multiple occasions that the child be kept in the hospital, did you not?
It
I
was
just
my,
read it to you.
yes. Yes, I did.
And on multiple occasions, you made recommendations to keep the mother away from the child, did you not?
Yes.
And on multiple occasions, you made recommendations to limit the child's contact with certain family members, including the father, did you not?
Yes.
All of the things you were doing were based on a presumption that there was Munchausen's by proxy going on with this family, right?
Not my presumption. At that point, she had been sheltered, and I had to follow the shelter order along with the visitation orders that were given by the court. I made recommendations based on how Maya was participating in her therapies and with the staff.
Isn't it true you were the person in the hospital that had the primary control over who saw Maya, what Maya ate, what she did, who she could talk to?
No.
Okay, who else in the hospital, after reviewing all of these emails and memos we're about to go over, who else had day-to-day control over who Maya could see and not see, and who could come in at what time and not come in at what time? What other person?
That was up to the court order.
You read all these court orders before this deposition, did you not?
I did read the court orders.
And you're aware that when those limitations were put in, that the court then deferred to the hospital for the specifics of everything, right?
Correct.
The court made certain general findings for the benefit of the child, but then deferred to the hospital about how to implement those, right?
Correct.
Order behind you, but you were the person in terms of when we get to the hospital's discretion on to do things, you were the person that had most day-to-day control, if you will.
I was at that point consulting with Risk, and so that would have been up to Risk to interpret, and I asked many times to have Risk interpret them for me so that we knew what we were supposed to do and not do.
When she says risk, she's talking about the risk management department. And if anybody watched the deposition of anybody from the risk management department, I think Dr. Napolitano was part of the risk management department. And there may have been one other witness who testified for risk management as a representative. They completely contradict each other. Completely.
Right. But the day-to-day implementation of the orders left it up to the hospital, right? The hospital's discretion, correct? You can answer.
As much as we could.
Okay. That discretion then, is it your testimony here that your discretion
whatever actions you implemented regarding who got to see Maya, how much they got to see him, what she ate, all of these things that involved limitations on her life while she was in there. Those actually came from the risk management committee, right?
Yes.
If the father has visitation rights, who was making the decision of how, where, and when Jack Kowalski could see his daughter?
DCF.
So you were not involved in making that decision?
No.
Where are the orders from DCF?
This is it.
Okay, it says supervised. So in order to supervise, what did you understand needed to happen?
DCF had to give us somebody to supervise the visit. We don't do that.
Okay, and did they ever give you somebody to supervise the visit?
Mr. Kowalski had visits, so yes, I would assume they did.
Okay, well, how did you know who was authorized to visit and who wasn't?
So CPI would call, or somebody from the Department of Children and Families would call us.
Who made the initial call to, or either call to the hotline?
The first one was made by Debbie Hansen, and the second one was made by Elaine Brown.
Debbie Hansen. And who's Debbie Hansen?
She was a social worker at the hospital.
Did you ever speak with her?
Well, yeah, I mean, she worked on the
About
team
this?
with me.
Okay. And then who was the next one? Elaine Brown?
Elaine Brown,
And who is Elaine Brown?
she was their social worker on the weekend.
Did it strike you, or does it strike you at any time, how serious it is to take a 9-year-old girl away from her family?
Well, yes, definitely.
How harmful that is to a child?
It can be.
Can be harmful. So you see that there were 2 complaints made to the abuse hotline. The first one was dismissed because of the actual diagnosis of CRPS. The second one is what leads us here.
Okay. So what did you understand was the reason that a shelter order was entered?
My understanding from the shelter order is that they had information from Dr. Smith and our medical records.
Okay. Dr. Smith then and JHACH medical records, right?
Yes.
As one of the people who saw Maya the most in the hospital, tell this jury what you saw with your training in Munchausen by proxy that indicated that this family was abusing Maya.
So what I can say is that the medical team reported to me that the
No,
parent...
I'm not asking what people reported to you. I'm asking what you saw with your own 2 eyes. Mark 1 eyeballs. What did you see that would support that?
I heard and saw the mother on...
You heard what?
I heard and saw on numerous occasions the mother demanding from the doctors that the child be given amounts of ketamine. And I heard discussions from the doctors saying that that was too dangerous.
Did you know at any of those times that there were multiple expert doctors who had actually prescribed that amount of ketamine?
I didn't know that.
No one ever told you that Dr. Kirkpatrick she was under his care and he was prescribing that? Did you know that, or did you not know that?
Early on, probably not.
Did you know Dr. Hannah was prescribing that?
Early on, probably not.
Okay, well, if it wasn't JHACH doctors, how would you know what is an appropriate amount of ketamine for a complex regional pain syndrome 9-year-old during flare-up periods? How do you personally know that?
Well, personally, I don't know that.
That's it. She doesn't know that. She's not a doctor. She's a social worker. This questioning is excellent by Mr. Anderson, and pivotal part of the testimony right there.
Attending reports no more told the mother the current care
the patients receive from other providers is not the standard of care, and it could be harmful, if not deadly, to the daughter. Patient with- So this is you repeating back what a doctor said that another doctor at Nemours, who was not treating the patient, said was the standard of care.
It's like double, triple hearsay. I can't even keep up, but they're letting it in. So well, let's hear what she's got to say about that.
Right?
Say that again, please.
This note reflects, is that your note?
It's my note.
Okay. So this is your note stating that you heard from a doctor in the pediatric intensive care unit, right? That's where you got the information about Dr. Santana. You never spoke to Dr. Santana
Yeah.
yourself?
She was actually on the phone with us.
All right. So you were on the phone when she was talking?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be safe to say then that the basis, your basis with your own eyes and ears, which was the question, for why Maya should be taken away from her family was this request for an amount of ketamine that was in excess of what you heard was appropriate. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you explain to her why the report was made?
I attempted to, but she shut me down and didn't want to talk to me about why the report was made. She wanted me to name the doctor that made the report, and she wanted me to call whoever that doctor was and have them rescind it. She also wanted me to speak to risk management immediately and get them to call her back.
What's wrong with that? That's an indication of child abuse.
No, let me rephrase that.
So someone who's advocating for their child who has a chronic condition and is in severe pain, that's an indication of child abuse? Great question. No. Now she's going to change her answer.
In all of my dealings at the hospital, I usually don't have parents who ask for risk management and who don't demand that we call the hotline report and have it rescinded.
Again, most parents don't know about risk management. Most parents don't know that there's a risk management department in the hospital. Beata was a registered nurse. Remember, she knows more than most. So anybody who challenges is now going to be accused of Munchausen by proxy. This is really scary, you guys. And this case is far bigger than Maya, far bigger than Maya. This is not just about Maya. This case is about your parental rights being stripped like that based on people who are uneducated in certain medical conditions and who come in and evaluate your child for 10 minutes and march into court and tell a judge that you have Munchausen by proxy, you're medically abusing your child, and your parental rights should be stripped. That's what this case is about. It is far bigger than just the Kowalskis. That's why we're covering it.
Also, she was saying at that point she had no intentions of following the recommendations here. I watched her and observed her in rounds, demanding with the doctors of what to be done.
All right. But look, you're talking about taking a little girl away from her parents. Are you telling me that, to the best of your knowledge, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital took this little girl away for over 3 months because of a dispute over dosage?
Yeah.
First of all, Johns Hopkins didn't take this child away from her parents.
We'll get down with that later.
Okay. So that was a court decided that through DCF.
I understand that somebody called DCF and complained that this was child abuse and that this child should be taken away from her mother, and that the people that said that were all children's hospital doctors, social workers, and nurses.
That's it. That's all we need to know to prove the plaintiff's case, you guys. Okay? This is not about a mother demanding inappropriate amounts of painkillers for her daughter. This is about what can happen to you getting your parental rights stripped because of someone like her and Sally Smith making recommendations to the court.
You understand that, right?
Under Florida statute, we have the responsibility to report all suspected child abuse.
Yes. And the first report was dismissed. The first report was dismissed. Remember that.
And I'm going to direct you to the second page, which is 001142, plaintiffs 1142. Are you familiar with this? Exhibit 8?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you look at 1142, the next page there, it says at the top under the family have the right, the middle column, it says to talk with another doctor or specialist at your own request and expense, or to ask for a transfer to another healthcare provider, providing it is medically acceptable and the other provider will accept your transfer. Is that right?
Yes.
Did they have the right under JHACH Bill of Rights for patients to get transferred out of there upon request?
Yes.
Did they have a right, that is, did Maya have a right to a timely response to her complaints of pain, according to that?
Yes.
Did they have a right to participate in decision-making and being informed of options in pain management?
Yes.
Well, if she's repeatedly stating that she's in pain, it's a pretty good indication she's in pain, isn't it?
When we look at pain and when I see kids in pain, Maya was never showed some of the symptoms that we see other kids in pain having.
So that means it's fake?
Okay. Tell me what training you have in the identification of pediatric pain.
Okay, before we get into that, let's get back to what their rights are. They have the right to be transferred. They have the right to medication. But because you didn't like the fact that your first complaint of abuse was dismissed, you made a second one so that you could take all those rights away because it's privatized. DCF in Pinellas County, Florida is privatized. So they get paid to take children away from their parents. It's the truth, folks. Simple facts. Follow the money.
So on an ongoing basis in the unit, I work with kids that have chronic pain or that are having pain from certain procedures and or things that have happened to them. We work on coping skills, sometimes relaxation therapies, sometimes mindfulness. I see children in pain from surgeries, car accidents, traumas. We see kids in pain from cancer. We see kids in pain.
So you'll accept a cancer diagnosis, but you won't accept a CRPS diagnosis. Keep that in mind, folks.
from just, again, a multitude of things that might be happening to them medically.
Okay. Well, are there any accepted medical symptomology, I guess it would be, about identifying pain in children? Any criteria, any objective standards, or is this all subjective?
I think, again, that what we look for at all children's, that when I am actually in front of a child, what I'm looking for, and they're saying that they're in pain, we're looking to see how they're dealing with their daily functioning. We're looking to see, again, some of the things that they might be showing us, because not all children are going to be talking to you. So we might be looking for signs that they're uncomfortable in the bed, they're moving around a lot, they're pulling on an area that they might be in pain, they're avoiding touch.
Wasn't she avoiding touch? Wasn't she not letting anybody touch her? Wasn't it impossible to get a blood pressure cuff on her? Wasn't the sheet causing her tremendous pain? So that's what she looks for. But in this case, Maya was making it up. Okay, gotcha.
We would look to see if they were crying.
Okay, well, Maya cried, did she not?
Maya cried, but not while she was reporting pain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you saying that Maya was not really in pain?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is, again, that Maya did not show the same type of pain symptoms that other children showed.
She showed exactly the same pain symptoms that other children showed at certain times, and at certain times she did not, correct?
I would say that Maya's pain was different than all the time from other children's pain.
How many complex regional pain?
All the time? Okay. Everybody take a breath. Take a deep breath. Breathe in. Breathe out. Because this is difficult to listen to for me. And I know it's difficult for you too. I could see it in the chat. Everybody just take a deep breath. Think of a beach. Think of someplace beautiful. And let's just take a breath for a minute, because let's just go to the chat for a minute, because this is too much to digest all at once. So let's go to the chat for a few minutes just to distract. Oh, Princess Mish, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you so much. Hi, Sarah. Maya said she can't even wear gold jewelry because Kathy Bedy always wore gold. Yeah. The giant crucifix that she's wearing around her neck is very interesting to me, because there's a lot of testimony that they kept her from practicing her religion in the hospital, that she's Catholic and she wanted to see her priest. They denied him a visit. There was also a woman who testified that she brought I think it was a traveling Mary with her, and they would not let her in to see her either. So we could do that testimony another time, but I found that very interesting. Yes, we are noticing, Darlene, we're noticing the big crucifix, and we can, it's probably intentional. And that is true. Sally Smith and her company, Suncoast, settled for $2.5 million with the plaintiff prior to openings. But her testimony is still important in this case. Hi, Matt. I never got why they think we would give up things we love to fake being in pain. Maya had to give up ice skating, gymnastics, etc. and give up touring with artists like Britney Spears. Oh, does Britney Spears tour anymore? But yeah, I mean, I can see that. Yeah, people don't, when they testify at depositions too. I mean, Maya did testify about all that stuff yesterday, if people are confused, but she did testify about all of the things that she gave up that she no longer does because of the PTSD she suffered when her parents were taken away from her in the hospital and after her mom's untimely death. Yes, Skoda, I agree. Her deposition and the risk management guy completely contradict one another. Agree with that. Maureen Walsh, I think you're right. I think it was over $400,000 in CRPS treatment that the hospital billed for. I don't know the exact number, but when I said $250,000, I thought I was a little light on that. Hello, just Larry. As a former legislator, I've seen these entitled bureaucrats all the time corrupt. Interesting. I'd be interested to know where you were a legislator. And I'm sure you have seen a lot more than any of us can ever dream. Hello, Mystery Murder Chic on civil law. I had no plans to follow this one at all, but this trial is much larger than Maya. It opens people's eyes as to misdiagnosis by child teams who did not read previous hospital records documented. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying before. This case is a lot bigger than Maya. This case is about all of us and our parental rights and the privatization of DCF or CPS. And most cases that we cover, that I cover with you, are cases where we say that DCF or CPS doesn't do enough, that there were tons of complaints about Ruby Frankie's children and nobody investigated them, or there were tons of complaints about I'm thinking Harmony Montgomery, that her father never should have been given custody by the Massachusetts judge and instead given to the family that had already adopted her half brother, or that in the case of Classic and Sincere West, that these kids were put into foster care with horrible people. We complain a lot about the system not doing enough to protect our kids. This is an overreach and an overstep, and it is frightening that this could happen to anybody. That's my position. I'm sticking to it. And now, back to Kathy Bedy.
Pain syndrome children have you that other children showed at certain times, and at certain times she did not, correct?
I would say that Maya's pain was different than all the time from other children's pain.
How many complex regional pain syndrome children have you treated on a regular basis?
I think we've seen 2 or 3 in the pediatric intensive care unit.
Okay. And so complex regional pain syndrome is a little different than having a broken leg, is it not?
Oh, yes.
Complex regional pain syndrome involves a burning sensation under the skin, right? It's quite painful, is it not?
I've never had it.
Well, have you read anything on it?
I have read something.
You can't even admit that it's painful?
So,
I've never had it?
Maya's symptoms of pain were consistent with children who have complex regional pain syndrome, were they not?
Again. I'm sorry, I was shaking my head. Yes.
They were, right?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. I mean, they weren't any different than the 2 or 3 you'd had before. Right?
Oh, they were different. Yes. No, they were different. The other kids that we had that had complex regional pain disorder were often bedridden for days at a time.
Well, so was Maya.
For the 95% of the time, Maya was up in her wheelchair, going to activities within the hospital.
Except on the days when she complained of extraordinary pain, right?
95% of the time that I saw Maya was up in her wheelchair, and the times that she would report extraordinary pain would be when she was prompted by her mother.
Prompted by her mother.
Excuse me.
Are you finished?
Are you finished with the answer?
Prompted by her mother, or if somebody asked her if she was having pain. And sometimes that was in the setting of being down in the We had the child life department has a room and activity center down on the second floor. So I do know that there were a couple of maybe it was the guardian ad litem or the CPIs that met her down there. And while they were watching her have these activities, she was reporting her pain as being a 10.
Okay. Is it true that Ms. Kowalski wanted to record the phone calls
Yes.
with you,
Yes,
but that you objected?
I did.
Why would you object to that?
So I think that all children's, we have a policy not to be recorded. And I was told by risk management that we weren't agreeing to be recorded in those phone calls.
There's a second volume, so they just need to queue it up.
Okay, they're going to queue up the second volume.
Did you ever have any discussions with anyone from risk management to the effect that the Kowalski case, the Maya Kowalski case, was, and you can use whatever term you want, thorny or difficult or required a focus, was special in some way?
Yes.
And tell me about those conversations.
I can't tell you specifics. I can tell you that
But she remembers the top 5 elements of Munchausen by proxy that she read some articles about all the way back in graduate school. Just let that sink in for a minute.
that there were definitely discussions that this was different than any other case because of the level of legal involvement.
Elaborate, please.
Usually in cases that I deal with on a day in and day out basis in the PICU, when you have child abuse cases, the patients themselves do not have like a private attorney. Typically, we don't have patients that stay for as long as Maya does and go through as many different legal proceedings as this case did. Typically, we don't look at 3 or 4 different discharge dates for a patient.
Explain that.
That we have up in the PICU.
Explain about the discharge dates.
Oh, good. I haven't watched this yet, so.
So initially, there was a discussion to try to get Maya to Nemours once she had been sheltered. And case management, and I worked on that discharge plan and working with Nemours to get them the recommendations they were going to need, or getting them the records, I'm sorry.
And what happened there?
When I called mom said that there was going to be a discussion with her attorney later that day. I called her back and she said she couldn't consent or not consent to the discharge to Nemours.
And the reason that she gave was because the discharge to Nemours was with a psychiatric diagnosis.
Correct.
Correct?
I don't know that she gave me that information. I think she said that she couldn't, I think all she said to me was she couldn't agree or disagree, or couldn't consent or not consent to the discharge.
Well, did you ever learn that the reason no hospital would accept Maya was because ACH decided to keep psychiatric diagnoses in her record, and no hospital would accept a child with these psychiatric issues, alleged psychiatric issues?
Actually, Nemours was willing to accept Maya.
On what basis?
We could have transferred Maya that day that I talked to mom, and I don't remember the day, but mom wouldn't consent or not consent. We also had discussions with, I think it was Kennedy Krieger, who suggested another program, and I can't remember the name of that program.
If the mom signed off, strike it. Did you ever see any of the papers involving the sign off that the parents were required to make in order to transfer the child?
I don't know what you're asking me.
All right. There's a recording of a conversation between you and Beata about the potential transfer of Maya to Nemours. You didn't tell her or wouldn't tell her what program she would be transferring into. And Maya and Beata said they would only transfer if it was into a CRPS program. Do you remember that conversation?
I don't know what you mean by a recording.
Beata recorded you.
Recorded between you two.
Oops.
I don't. So give me your question again.
Did you have a conversation with Maya?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, with mom.
With mom. Did you have a conversation with Beata on November 3rd, 2016, where there was a discussion about the potential transfer of Maya to Nemours?
Yes, I think I did.
And was the discussion centered on the type of program that Maya would be transferred into?
We were transferring, I think that in all actuality, she was going to an inpatient treatment program at Nemours that would focus on cognitive behavioral therapy, pain management therapy, and PT and OT therapy.
A psychiatric program, in other words. They weren't there to treat CRPS. They were there to convince her she didn't have CRPS, right?
Actually, no.
Okay.
It was supposed to be part of CPRS treatment, which would work on cognitive behavioral therapy along with pain management and then PT and OT therapy. And that was the program at Nemours.
It wasn't a complex regional pain syndrome program, was it?
I don't know. It was a Nemours patient or Nemours program, and we attempted, yeah.
Okay.
Now she's looking at her phone?
Whatever was represented.
Hold on a second. The witness should be putting down her phone. Seriously? What is she taking a call? Is she texting her lawyer who's sitting next to her? Is she looking up the answer? Because first she said it was a CRPS program. They had PT, OT, pain management. And finally he got her to say, I don't know. Because they wanted to put Maya in a psych ward. And that's why Beata did not want to consent to the transfer.
Mrs. Kowalski, she refused to have her child committed to that program, right?
Yes. Well, she said she couldn't consent or not consent.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Maya stayed at All Children's. We continued to look for, we were directed by DCF to continue to look for programs.
Well, so did you ever receive any notification or was there any discussion that included you that Maya was not getting better and that CRPS was present, thus the allegations against Beata, the child abuse allegations, needed to be dropped?
No one ever said that to me. And in fact, we noted on several occasions where Maya was moving her legs, moving her hands without any pain. Maya was engaging in activities such as foosball, cutting out and making crafts in the craft room. She was out playing the piano downstairs and often moved herself around the hospital. It was only after we gave that information to DCF that Maya then decided or quit moving herself around the hospital for a few days.
So she's making it sound like Maya is complicit in this and that Maya is making this up. And Maya decided to quit moving herself around the hospital. because we decided that she was faking her pain because she was trying to find some semblance of normal daily activity while she was being held prisoner in the hospital and not allowed to have any contact with her mother or her father or her family.
It was noted in some of the music therapy and in PT therapy that she was able to move her feet and her hands and didn't complain of any pain while she was doing that. On occasion, when I would be in the room with Maya, Maya would be showing me her Shopkins, her prayer cards, and she was moving herself in the wheelchair, laughing, giggling, playing. She would be putting on her makeup, wanted to put makeup on me, wanted to put makeup on some of the nurses. And all during those times, there was no pain. And there were, Maya was very engaging, very, working really hard with the staff.
So you think, so we understand your testimony, that Maya was happy and thriving in the hospital.
There were many days that we saw Maya doing really well in the hospital and working with the therapists that were involved with her, yes.
And you say, I just left Maya's room. She told me she is furious, angry, and in pain. She told me she can't talk or trust anyone, and she knows there is court on Monday and it's all lies. Maya told me if I have a problem, I need to talk to her attorney.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So she's telling you there, she's furious, angry, and in pain. Does that sound to you like she's thriving?
Actually, there were very few days that we saw her like this. And this was only after either a visit or a conversation with somebody on the phone.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
So
so
he's
she
blaming it
only
on her this
complained
time.
of pain and she was miserable only after she spoke to somebody on the phone or had a visit because her dad was allowed to visit, I think, supervised maybe once a week. Her dad was, but her mom wasn't. And all of her phone calls were monitored by her mom. And Maya testifies about all of this. But in Cathy Bedy's opinion, Maya was only miserable and in pain after one of these visits or after one of these conversations. Yes, Joseph Rodriguez. Is this the person who started the legal issues? It had to start with a single accusation. She's claiming she's not the one who called child abuse hotline, but she may be somebody who certainly perpetuated it, and her reports may have been submitted to the court in their determinations. There was another comment that I wanted to highlight here. Yes, Lori, I agree with this. She wasn't doing that because she thought if she appeared that way, they'd let her go home. She was 10. Exactly. She wanted people to think that she was better and that they would let her go home.
I'm not blaming it on anybody.
Did you listen in to her conversations with her attorney?
No.
Did you listen in on conversations when she was trying to talk to the judge in court?
No, I don't think so. Mm-mm.
So if Maya testifies that the reason she was uncomfortable with testifying over the phone and wanted to come into court was that she was terrified of you sitting next to her and what you would do to her, she'd be wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She just made that up, that you were sitting next to her during her court appearances.
I don't know that I was sitting next to her. I think she was with her attorney at those times.
Were you in the room?
I don't know. I don't remember being in the rooms.
Did you require Attorney Kelly to leave the door cracked while he was meeting with her?
We may have.
Why did you want to leave the door cracked while Maya was trying to consult with her attorney?
We were not in the room with her, but there had been an episode where Maya said she fell out of her wheelchair and was on the floor for hours. So at that point, it was discussed with risk management, and risk management wanted the door left open so that we could make sure to monitor the patient.
Okay, whoa. We're going to have to rewind this. When they say her attorney, They are referring to the guardian ad litem that was appointed for her by the court during this, parental rights being stripped and this sheltering hearing and her becoming part of the system. So remember also this deposition was taken January of 2019, which is 2 years after Maya was finally discharged to the care of her father. And I can't say parents because her mother, Beata, took her own life in order to free her child from the system. And that is exactly what happened here. So this is 2 years post discharge. And she's still going to stick to this story that she wasn't listening in on the phone calls, wasn't listening into the conversations with her attorney, the guardian ad litem. And now she's saying that Maya said she fell out of bed and was in the floor for hours. So were they monitoring her or not? There's so many issues with these 3 sentences that I'm just going to play them again because the jury is taking notes.
She just made that up, that you were sitting next to her during her court appearances.
I don't know that I was sitting next to her. I think she was with her attorney at those times.
Were you in the room?
I don't know. I don't remember being in the rooms.
Did you require Attorney Kelly to leave the door cracked while he was meeting with her?
We may have.
Why did you want to leave the door cracked while Maya was trying to consult with her attorney?
We were not in the room with her, but there had been an episode where Maya said she fell out of her wheelchair and was on the floor for hours. So at that point, it was discussed with risk management. Risk management wanted the door left open so that we could make sure to monitor the patient.
Really? So you think the attorney was going to let his client lay all over the floor and not help her? So you guys had to be there, right, beside her or listen in?
Such an excellent question. Such an excellent question. And when an attorney is on trial, like Greg Anderson is now, it is very, very difficult. You've got so many moving parts. You've got so many things happening around you that you cannot see an attorney's brilliance shine through the way you can in a deposition testimony because he's got so many things in his head and it's hard and things are getting stricken and objections are getting sustained and you have to pivot and you have to move and you don't get to see some of the brilliance in the questioning like you get to see it in the depositions. So no matter which attorney you like or don't like, it's hard. Being a lawyer is hard. And this is excellent questioning. So just take note.
Strike that. So the purpose of cracking the door and being right there next to it, because you were standing right next to the cracked door.
No.
Then, so we were going to be able to hear it by Maya shouting and screaming down the hall?
The door was left open so that the nurses could observe and make sure, because as they were walking by, it was not me observing. This was the nurses observing that were on the unit.
Okay. So, and the theory was that while Maya was in the room with her attorney, there was still a chance she would fall out of the bed and her attorney would not ask for help or otherwise assist his client lying there on the floor. So you guys had to be able to look in. Is that the theory? Was that the theory here?
So risk management, after that happened, wanted to make sure that the door was left open at all times so that there was site to site so we could make sure that Maya was safe, yes.
Why would it be a big deal that she fell on the floor?
I never said that Maya could move around freely. I said that we watched her move around with her legs. What Maya could and couldn't do was not my decision or making. I saw Maya move her legs. I saw Maya move her arms. I saw Maya move her feet.
All right. So the theory then was that because Maya said she fell out of her chair once, you guys had to leave the door open or cracked so that you could see her if she fell out of the chair, right?
That's the direction that we got from risk. Yes.
Okay. And so it explained to you that it was felt that the attorney would not be able or willing to help his own client if she did fall out of her chair with him there?
I can only speak to you what our direction was given, and that is that we had to leave the door open.
So it came down from risk management that Maya would not have, it was necessary to keep the door cracked, even when Maya was trying to consult with her own attorney.
Yes.
Did you ever confiscate a plastic bag filled with what? Wafers and what? The host, holy water, prayer book. What else was in this? Did you ever confiscate that?
No.
You never took those away or prevented her from having those?
Never.
Okay. Was Maya allowed to see her priest?
That would have been up to the DCF order. We did have Father Tom that came and visited her when he was there on the weekends.
Okay. Let me show you what we've marked.
Her priest. She wanted to see her priest. Her priest came to the hospital. They turned him away. We saw his testimony. We haven't watched it together, but I think we should.
As 13. Can you identify this?
It sounds like it's a telephone conversation.
Okay. Had you ever seen this before?
No.
Okay. Who produced it? Do you know?
No.
Were you aware that on this date that's being described here, January 6, 2017, that Maya was tired and spirits low, and that Dr. Hannah had told her that she was getting worse?
She did tell me that, yes.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Dr. Hannah?
No.
Why is it that JHACH chose not to discuss Maya Kowalski, or for that matter, Beata Kowalski, with any of the ongoing treating physicians?
That would be out of my scope of responsibility.
Pass the buck.
Were you involved in efforts to keep Dr. Hannah off the premises?
That would be out of my scope of responsibility.
Was DCF also monitoring the call?
Sometimes they were monitoring the calls.
Why, if DCF was already monitoring, did you keep being there as well?
In the beginning, DCF monitored those calls, and then those calls we were doing the monitoring. So because DCF and the guardian ad litem's office said they couldn't do those calls. So in order to facilitate the calls to make sure that Maya was getting them, we agreed to do that. I even came in on a couple of Saturdays to make sure that those calls happened.
Okay, but why did you have to be on calls when DCF was already on the calls?
There was a time that DCF wasn't going to be on those calls anymore, and we agreed so that Maya could get those calls with Mom.
And that's not really my question. My question is, during the period of time while DCF was still doing the calls, why was it necessary for you also to be on the calls? Because they were already being monitored by DCF.
The calls that DCF did, all I did, DCF would call my phone, and then I would take the phone in there and put it on speakerphone.
But why did you have to listen in too?
That's what DCF asked us to do.
Did you ever take Maya into the chapel?
No.
Did you ever sit Maya on your lap?
In
Did you hear that? Did you ever sit Maya on your lap?
whenever they had the last court hearing, or it was right before Christmas, and Maya thought she was going home. I was called by Charlotte to tell, and Charlotte asked me to go in and tell Maya that Maya wasn't going to be able to be going home for Christmas. Maya became very upset, started crying.
I'm just asking you whether you put Maya on your lap.
She asked then to sit on my lap.
That's not what Maya says.
Oh, so Maya asked you.
Did you hear him laugh? Hold on, I got to rewind that.
Maybe it was right before Christmas, and Maya thought she was going home. I was called by Charlotte to tell, and Charlotte asked me to go in and tell Maya that Maya wasn't going to be able to be going home for Christmas. Maya became very upset, started crying.
I'm just asking you whether you put Maya on your lap.
She asked then to sit on my lap.
Oh, so Maya asked you for permission to sit on your lap. It wasn't my idea. Strike it. So you're contending that this wasn't your idea, that it was Maya's idea that she sit on your lap. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
All right. And did you kiss Maya?
I don't think so.
Were you hugging Maya?
I think that we provide comfort to a lot of kids. So probably why she was sitting on my lap, I'm sure I did hug her.
Who gave you permission to touch the child in this manner?
We provide a lot of comfort to kids.
Now, my question.
We provide a lot of comfort to kids. And one of the causes of action in the 8th verified amended complaint is battery. Battery by CATHI BEDY against Maya Kowalski. And battery is an unwanted or unauthorized touching of a person. We're going to listen to that again. We provide comfort to a lot of children. A not so missed deflection.
To sit on your lap. It wasn't my idea. Strike it. So you're contending that this wasn't your idea, that it was Maya's idea that she sit on your lap. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
All right. And did you kiss Maya?
I don't think so.
Were you hugging Maya?
I think that we provide comfort to a lot of kids. So probably why she was sitting on my lap, I'm sure I did hug her.
Who gave you permission to touch the child in this manner?
We provide a lot of comfort to kids.
Now, my question. Who gave you permission to be this intimate with that child?
So Maya asked.
She's 11. What adult, either Maya's mother or Maya's father, the only two people, not the state and not the hospital, who gave you permission to be intimate with that child?
So currently at that time, DCF had custody of the child, and the case manager on several occasions asked that we provide comfort to Maya.
What? So if that is even in the order, and I haven't seen the order, does that mean you put the child on your lap and hug and kiss her?
And in your view, comfort included what?
I talked with Maya. She held my hand. I would hold her hand. She asked me to come in and pray with her.
Was the door open? during those times when Maya asked to sit on your lap and you were hugging her and kissing her and holding her hand? Was the door open then? Or did you just keep the door open when she was trying to have privileged conversations with her attorney? That's my next question. I haven't watched this, so I don't know if I'll ask it, but I'm curious to know.
I guess your answer is no one with any authority to permit you to be that intimate with their child gave you permission to do so.
So I do think a couple of times that Mr. Kowalski and I discussed the fact that I provided comfort to Maya.
Well, was Mr. Kowalski complimenting you about it, or were you telling him that you were providing comfort?
Can't tell you how the conversation happened, but I can tell you that Mr. Kowalski thanked me.
So he's being polite. So by thanking you for comforting his child, is it your interpretation that that meant he believed it was okay for you to have the child on your lap and be able to hug her and kiss her?
Again, I don't think that I kissed her.
Are you sure you didn't kiss her?
Pretty sure.
So if Maya specifically remembers you kissing her and telling her it was going to be okay, that's just another thing that she made up.
Typically, I don't think I would tell any of the kids that were in this situation that they're in that everything's going to be okay. I think that we would talk about things look really bad right now. And I'm working more to help Maya with what her thoughts are, not with that's not usually in the repertoire of words that we would have used with her.
Are you a member of the National Association of Social Workers?
Yes.
Are you familiar with their code of ethics?
Yes.
Let me show you what we'll mark, and it's unfortunately it's highlighted, but I'm going to mark it as 14 and we'll swap out.
Oh, buckle up because this is going to be good. Busting out the code of ethics.
But let me ask you about section 1.10. Is that, does it appear to you to be the code of ethics for what's your organization called?
National Association of Social Workers.
Does it appear to be your code of ethics?
Could be, yes.
And is there a specific section there about social worker responsibilities regarding physical touching of the patient?
Yes, there is.
And is that section 1.10?
Yes, it is.
Could you read it to the jury, please?
Social workers should not engage in physical contact with clients when there is a possibility of psychological harm to the client as a result of the contact, such as cradling or caressing. Social workers who engage in appropriate physical contact with clients are responsible for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries that govern such physical contact.
You had no specific authority to touch that child in that manner, did you?
I was asked by the case manager to provide comfort to her, and Maya asked if she could sit in my lap.
Well, a child can't get...
She doubled down on it. She doubled down on it. After reading the code of ethics, now she's saying somebody told her to do it. Curious, what do you guys think? Tell me in the chat, in the comments.
Give consent to be abused or touched, can they?
It's certainly at no point did I touch Maya in any way that was sexually related.
Okay. Would you agree with me that a child cannot give consent?
Children ask for comfort in the kind of medical setting that we work in at all times. We often sit with kids and hold their hands or hold them. I mean, especially when it comes to kids under the age of 10 to 12.
Hold on. I got to rewind that. Even though it's against the code of ethics, they do it anyway? Hold on. Is that what she just said?
Cannot give consent.
Children ask for comfort in the kind of medical setting that we work in at all times. We often sit with kids and hold their hands or hold them. I mean, especially when it comes to kids under the age of 10 to 12.
There's a big difference between a kid on your lap with your arms around them and holding a child's hand when they're scared, isn't there?
Maya was sobbing that night because she couldn't go home.
And she wanted to be the one to deliver her that news that she was going to miss Christmas so that she could comfort her. And this is the kind of thing that we do all the time because we are in a hospital setting and therefore the code of ethics does not apply to us. If we were in a different kind of setting, like an office setting, then I would abide by the code of ethics and I wouldn't put a child on my lap. But because we're in a hospital setting, the code of ethics doesn't apply. That's what I'm reading between the lines here in her testimony. Holy.
Let me show you Exhibit 15. For the record, it's an email from Kathy Bedy dated Monday, November 7th, 2016 regarding MK. It's to Audrey Peterson. You recognize this?
Mm-hmm. I recognize the people on it, yes.
All right, so who's Audrey Peterson?
She was case manager for the 7th floor.
Okay. Okay, and it says, I'll call you later with massive update. Describe for me what the massive update was.
I have no idea without going back and taking a look at my notes from that day. So I guess I didn't have a chance to talk to Audrey that day, so I emailed her the next day. Said there was no update available as the parents will not consent or decline the placement at Nemours. There's a hearing today and Thursday that will clear up the matter.
That's a massive update?
Yes, because we were looking at discharge and we were looking to get Maya on to some kind of physical therapy. So for us, yes, that whenever there's not going to be a discharge, that's a big.
Wait, so are you saying that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital does not have a physical therapist on staff? And that she had to be transferred to Nemours to get physical therapy? Is that what she's saying? Because I find that hard to believe.
Big update for us.
That's massive. That it's not going to be a discharge, huh? That's the only thing you guys discussed about Maya Kowalski or her situation.
Yeah, because I didn't talk to her on the 7th. That's per her email. But yes, anytime there's a delay in discharge, it's massive for us.
You've got an affidavit on November 2nd, 2016, and then that's Exhibit Bedy 16, and then we've got this November 7th email regarding massive update, which is 15. And then we have what I'm going to mark as 17, which is what?
What's she smiling about?
Tell me what that is. For the record, it's an email from Kathy B.
Wait, what is she smiling and laughing about? What part of any of this is funny? Hold on. Interesting comment here. Lori says she's lying. It's not massive. I work at a children's hospital. There's always delays in discharge. Lori, this story must horrify you more than most working at a children's hospital because there are so many amazing children's hospitals. This is just beyond.
80 to Megan Leaf at My Florida Families, dated November 9th, 2016. So 2 days later. Then the massive update email. Late in the day. What is exhibit?
This is Dr. Diana Young on the 9th day, indicating she did another affidavit for transfer.
All right, this is the second affidavit for transfer?
Yes.
All right. So let me get this straight. Am I correct that you helped on the first affidavit that said nothing about factitious disorder or conversion or anything like that, right?
Yes.
And then you do an email. I'm just talking about the timeline here. You do an email to Audrey Peterson, the case manager, where you say, I'll call you with massive update 5 days later, right? I'm sorry, it'd be 3 days later. No, it'd be 5 days later.
Yes.
Okay. And then 2 days after that, there's an email from you to Megan Leaf forwarding this affidavit of Diane Young, right?
This was on the 9th, yes.
All right. And you sent this to Diane Young. Why?
I didn't send this to Diane Young. I sent this to Megan Leaf
Sorry, you did send it to Megan Leaf. You sent it to Megan Leaf. Why?
because Diana Young wanted it sent to the state for, I guess they were having a court hearing,
Okay. Then,
or they were going to get a judge so that we could go ahead and discharge.
all right. So is Diana Young a pediatrician?
Yes.
Is Dr. D's a pediatrician?
Yes.
Were they both seeing Maya approximately the same time?
They could have been, one of them could have been working for part of the week and then the other one for the other part of the week.
Okay, but they were both seeing Maya, obviously,
Yes.
both being attending physicians.
Yes.
And then Dr. Young here says the problems are bilateral lower extremity atrophy with conversion and factitious disorder. Do you see that there?
I do see that.
Why the difference between the two pediatricians seeing the same child?
I can't answer that for you. I wasn't involved.
You weren't involved in the second affidavit?
No.
Did your massive update have anything to do with the creation of the second affidavit from Diane Young?
No, it would have been about discharge because at that point we were looking to discharge.
Let me show you what we'll mark as 18 and ask you to identify it. And for the record, the first email is from CATHI BEDY, January 5th, 2017, dated, it's JHACH 10160 through 163. Ask you to identify that, see if you know this exchange.
Yes.
And what is this about?
So I think I'm pretty sure this is the day that Maya was going to the courthouse and then going to see Dr. Hannah.
Okay, listen up. Everybody who's not paying attention, pay attention now, because now she's going to be asked about the photographs that she took of Maya almost fully undressed. So listen, because if you've been watching Maya's testimony yesterday or at some point during the week, you will have heard Maya testifying about these pictures that CATHI Bedy took of her.
And we were asked to take pictures.
Risk management asks you to take pictures.
So I have to go all the way back to the beginning. So
it was 18.
Yes.
It's close.
Don't throw your phone, Stella Bella 310.
So Dr. Danielson notes in her email about pictures. I was contacted. Patty wanted to know, is CVI able to help out? They can't. They're doing their own pictures in Sarasota. And then I indicate that I think that we should do them here at the hospital. Patty agrees. She suggests that 2 people are in the room and she has a camera.
So who's Patty?
Patty Condon is risk management.
So risk management made the decision to have these pictures taken of Maya?
Yep.
And tell me what happened. What did you do with Maya?
The bedside nurse and I went in and took pictures of her arms, her legs, her face, and her stomach.
Was she in her bra and panties?
She was in her sports bra and a pair of shorts. I think we took pictures of her back too.
Bra, and she wasn't in panties, she was in what?
Her shorts.
Who gave you guys permission? I say you guys. Who gave risk management permission to take photographs of this little girl's entire body?
So that would be, again, I was directed by risk management to do that.
Did you object in any way to this?
No, I did not.
Had you ever taken pictures of a child without any clothes but bra and shorts before? Not your own, but I mean in the professional context.
In professional context, in the foster care program, if they were going to visit a situation or when they came back, if there were injuries, yes, we did.
But she didn't have any injuries. She'd been with you for 3 months at that point, right?
Bam. She's been with you for over 3 months. Any injury she had, she sustained while she was under your care, custody, and control.
Correct.
So did anybody give you any reason why they took pictures?
I was just directed by risk management to do that.
Was there any discussion at all of why it was necessary to take pictures of this little girl in her sports bra and shorts?
Like I said, this started with Dr. Danielson and came down to me.
Who's Dr. Danielson?
Her name, Dr. Danielson was probably the attending that day.
Okay, so this wasn't coming from the government. It wasn't coming from DCF, right?
This was coming from our institution, Dr. Danielson.
Right, not from DCF. This was an internal decision to ACH.
Yes.
What steps were taken to call the parents and ask whether you could take pictures of their child like this?
We didn't call we didn't call the parents.
Why not?
Because at the time the child was in the custody of DCF and they gave their permission.
How did DCF give permission for you to take pictures of this little girl in her sports bra and shorts?
So they were getting ready to do their own pictures.
Who was?
DCF. They did their own pictures in Sarasota.
So why was it necessary for you to do pictures?
I can only speak to you to what I was asked to do.
They didn't tell you why. They just
Word salad. Again, risk management told me to take the pictures, but it wasn't DCF that told us to take the pictures, but risk management told me to take the pictures, but the court didn't direct that we take the pictures. But here it is in the court order that DCF wanted us to take the pictures, but they already took pictures in Sarasota. So word salad. I mean, does anybody even know what she's saying at this point?
said do it.
Yep, pretty much.
Well, pretty much.
Yes, the direction was to do the pictures.
Was Maya upset?
Yes,
She did not want you to take pictures of her like that, did she?
she did not.
But you went ahead and took pictures of her anyway.
Unfortunately, we did.
Was there an issue over scratches that Maya had on her?
Yes. So, according to my email, there was a concern that Maya was self-mutilating. And my note indicates on Thursday there had been inappropriate conversations with the mother that had been witnessed by staff. Or that was due to Charlotte's.
Okay. One last email here, and it's 19 because we're taking it out of order, and it's JHACH 9829 through 9831. Show you that. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this?
So this was a letter that Maya wrote on or around November 10th and wanted the judge to see. So I scanned this in or faxed it to, I'm not sure which, to Safe Children's Coalition.
Who are they?
The community-based care organization that was case managing this.
All right. Did anybody give it to her lawyer or some way to get this to the judge?
That's why we sent it to Tanya Hutchins, who we were asked to send it to so it would get to the judge.
She says, I am not doing well at all. I'm hurting worse than I was at home. Is she telling the truth there for the judge, in your view?
I can only report what Maya's telling you.
And they are not doing a good job with therapy or managing my pain. Is she telling the judge that?
Yes, she is telling.
Any of the pain meds they give me don't work at all. Had she told you that?
No, she didn't really talk about her pain medications too much with me.
Okay. They talked to the doctors about it, right?
Probably.
Someone dropped me the other day. Did that happen?
I don't know.
My parents did nothing wrong. They just listened to the right doctors for my meds. And guess what? It worked. Okay. And then ever since I got here, I got worse. It's causing me more pain, and I really don't want to go to Orlando for my rehab either. All I want is to go home, be with my family, friends, and never have this problem ever again. Please help me. Love, Maya. And then she puts a PS, I had better therapy at home. Now, based on, you read this, right?
This is a very smart way for the attorney to get this note into evidence without, just in case it didn't get admitted into evidence. I think the note eventually did get admitted into evidence, but having her read it into the record is another way to get it in, maybe backdoor it in.
I did.
Okay. Did you ever have any interaction with any of the attorneys advising ACH?
Yes.
Who'd you have interaction with?
Mr. Hunter, but I also had interactions with another man. I don't remember his name.
Shapiro.
Were you party to any conversations? You don't tell me the contents. Party to any conversations where any of the attorneys were involved?
Yes.
And was risk management involved in those?
I think so, yes.
Let me show you 21 and ask you if you can identify that.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So you drafted this letter that's of November 29th, 2016.
I typed this letter up from Dr. Amin.
Okay. Did you participate with Dr. Amin in putting together these recommendations?
Actually, this would have come from the medical team.
And who was this sent to?
I think that we sent this to the case manager
Case manager for whom?
for Maya, for the Department of Children and Family Services. It could have gone to Charlotte Laporte.
Okay. So this is the letter to the state.
Yes.
Okay. And in this, there's recommendations, including visits with fathers suspended at this time, unless supervised by DCF. That was the hospital's recommendations, right?
Yes.
Phone contact with mother limited to one time weekly supervised, and mother instructed she can't record phone calls, and mother is given same instructions as father. Do not discuss court case. Do not talk with Maya about her pain and what pain medication she is or isn't getting. Do not talk with Maya about food here at the hospital. Do not discuss the supervised visits when they are or aren't taking place. That's in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Aren't those exactly the things that DCF turned around and instructed the parents about?
I think that prior to this, there had already been an email. I think that came on around the 17th of November. Charlotte Laporte had already given that information.
Then why write this? Why include these? If it had already been ordered, why would you do all these recommendations?
You have to, Dr. Amin, you would have to talk with Dr. Amin about that.
And you didn't discuss this with Dr. Amin while you were doing it?
Dr. Amin gave me this document to type up.
What input did you have in this?
I don't think I had a lot of input in this at all. Dr. Amin gave me a letter that she wanted sent to the court or to the case manager. And again, this is trying to position pieces of this to help Maya get to Nemours.
You also recommend Maya's phone be removed.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Members of the jury, that concludes the playing of the
And that is
deposition.
the conclusion of Kathy Bedy's testimony. A lot of comments here, a lot of comments. And there is one right here that I want to point out quickly because this is true. There it was, advised by Shapiro and Hunter before Maya was released home. They were involved in this case during the time that Maya was in the hospital. They are both trying the case now, right? They've been involved in this case since she was in the hospital and advising the hospital with regard to Maya's care and treatment since then. Go figure. Going to go to the questions real quick. There are still over 900 people here. I don't know how many likes are there, but can you Please hit the like button if you like what you see. I have another video queued up. It is 23 minutes of Dr. Laura Vose's testimony. If you want to watch that, put a Y in the chat. But let me go in here and say hello to some new members. Hello, Kimberly. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Hudson, thanks for your $5 super chat. Is she immune somehow from them bringing up her 2007 arrest for felony child abuse because charges were later dropped or question message? Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to bring that up. It's a relevance issue. It's a prior bad acts issue. I don't think they're allowed to bring that up. I think it's been ruled on. If anybody has any information to the contrary, let me know. Hello, Beach Lover 64. Thank you for your super chat. 100% disabled vet here with CRPS for 20 years. Been there. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your service, but I'm so sorry for what you're going through. So you understand a lot about this case, just like a lot of other viewers in the chat do. And it's hard. It's really hard to have a chronic illness like that. That is so hard to diagnose and that people just don't really seem to understand. I've learned so much more about CRPS from my viewers that have emailed me and talked to me about it and talk about it in the chat. So I feel for you. Hello, Jermaine Down. Thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. It's funny that Dr. Smith said she worked at Cardinal Glennon Hospital. Patricia Stallings was accused of poisoning her son by this hospital, when in fact the child had a rare medical condition. Interesting. So this isn't the first time that Sally Smith has falsely accused a parent of Munchausen by proxy. There are other cases. There's one that I can think of off the top of my head. You can Google for it. I believe it's a shaken baby syndrome case, and the child did have a very rare, I think, bone disorder that caused the child to present in such a way that these injuries were mistakenly diagnosed by Sally Smith as shaken baby syndrome and an inaccurate misdiagnosis of Munchausen by proxy on behalf of the parent. Hope for all. Thank you, Melanie, for being so kind to those of us with CRPS. Thank you so much. I have somebody sent me a message the other day or a comment saying, I watch your show so that it will distract me from the pain that I have from CRPS. So listen, I have a lot of haters out there. So to hear something that is so kind, and I get so many kind comments, but it's always the hateful ones that upset me. They don't upset me. I mean, I really don't care. You can hate me. I don't care. Hate me, but move on. You hate me, but you don't need to stop and leave a ridiculous, nasty message on my channel. Just turn the channel, because I will pin your comment to the top of the comments and I will respond to it, and I will let everybody else respond to it. So if you're going to come on here and you're going to be nasty and you're going to say something hateful to me, at least explain yourself when I clap back at you. Ridiculous. Pearl Harper, if this can happen to a family like the Kowalskis who have the means to try and defend themselves, it's truly frightening what could happen to a family that wasn't able to defend. Yes, they had to hire an attorney. They sold their vacation home to pay the legal fees that were involved in representing themselves in these shelter proceedings. So it is really, really devastating. I'm not seeing a lot of Y's in the chat, so I don't know if you guys want to stick around. I mean, whoever wants to stick around can. Oh yeah, no, like if I go back, there's a bunch. Okay. So yeah, we'll queue up that 23 minutes. This has to do with some of the text messages that were sent back and forth between the doctors, and it's disturbing as well. But yes, Pearl Harper, I agree. It can happen to anyone. And that's why this case is so much more than just the Kowalski family. This is frightening. And so many people did not know that this could happen. Night Owl says this was a conspiracy. How many other kids were illegally held captive for money and sick, creepy people's own needs for power? Yeah. This is not an isolated case. This happens. Maxie Doodle, the question is, who was directing the social worker's actions? Is she an agent acting on behalf of all children or the county CPS? Well, it's not county CPS in Pinellas County. It is privatized. Suncoast had the contract. Dr. Sally Smith worked for Suncoast. So they've admitted, the hospital has admitted that Cathy Bedy was an employee of the hospital, and they are vicariously liable for her acts. And they've admitted that. some people, Pearl Harbor again, some people are very put off by very smart women like Beata. How much do you think that may have figured into what unfolded? My personal opinion is that it had a lot to do with what unfolded. Ego is a weird thing, you know, and people have described Beata in a lot of ways. Listen, she came over here from communist Poland when she was 16 years old. She was very frightened about potentially losing her child forever. She was a strong woman who was a strong and fierce advocate for her daughter. And I think there are some people who did not like that. You know, and it's not about what she was demanding, and it's not about whether the levels of K, which I'm going to call it, ketamine was her therapy, whether they were too much, whether they were legal, illegal. It's about a hospital making a diagnosis of a parent that leads to the stripping of parental rights, and that led to a 10-year-old child being put into state custody for more than 3 months, isolated from her family, missed Halloween, Thanksgiving, her birthday, and Christmas. And her mother took her own life in January of 2017 because in her mind, that was the only way that her daughter would be released from the system and had a chance at a normal life and would be given back to her parents. And that is exactly what happened. The jury, Loli says, the jury is already on my side because they ask questions on whether they can award more damages than the expert testified to. I think so. I think so too. Pearl Harbor, hi, you have such great questions and comments today. This case is horrifying. Do you have any advice for parents who find themselves in a situation like this? Get an attorney immediately. Immediately. Don't talk to anybody. Get an attorney. Anything you say can and will be held against you. This was a civil proceeding. It was not a criminal proceeding, but if you remember some of the testimony that we watched, Jack was threatened that there were going to be criminal charges against Beata. Beata knew that. That led to her death, in my opinion. Sweet one. That transfer would have stayed on her record and affected her future education and employment prospects. Beata had every reason to refuse that, right? The transfer to Nemours, right? To protect Maya's future, yes. And I agree with that. And as a parent, I completely agree with that. Okay. We're just going to go to 23 minutes of this Dr. Vose's testimony. And if you have any questions, do me a favor and in the YouTube stream, which I will look at, type my name into it with an @Melanie Little because it pops up bigger. It's highlighted and it's easier for me to see because the chat's moving very quickly. All right, let's see. Let's get into this. This is triggering. So, warning.
I'll just tell you the instruction anyway. As a reminder, depositions were done under oath prior to you coming here. You're to treat them just like all the other evidence in this case. There you go.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Laura Ann Vose,
And is that an MD?
DO.
And what the DO stands for again?
Doctor of Osteopathy.
And at your present hospital, are you on any committees?
Yes.
What committees?
I am on the ethics committee. I am on a pediatric surgical performance improvement committee.
Okay. Dr. Vose, we are, as I said, in follow-up to your last deposition, I think your only deposition in this case, which was taken Thursday, November 14th at 2019. Do you remember giving that deposition?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to point out that this deposition was taken in June of 2023, so just this past summer.
And have you had the opportunity to read that deposition in the interim?
Yes.
Right. Did you mark out any changes or corrections on an errata sheet?
Howard, I would like to defer to Howard whether or not I had filled out one form regarding my cell phone.
All right. So that's a maybe?
Yes.
And during the course of that deposition, I advised you that if at any time you did not understand my question or you're having difficulty answering it, I asked that you tell me out loud on the record so I can change it to make it easier to answer. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we agreed that in the event that you did not say anything, we all, judge, jury, all of us could understand you understood the question and are answering it to the best of your abilities. Right?
Yes.
Okay. From 2017 to 2020, basically the time after Maya finally left Johns Hopkins, to the time you left Johns Hopkins, did your position change at all?
No.
Did you continue to work on certain committees?
Yes.
And what were those committees?
Not having the list in front of me.
Best you can do.
Their ethics committee. There was a PICU committee. There, I would have to actually pull up my CV to be able to tell you all of the committees that I was on at that time.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking you is that you said in the first text, I think we're going to talk about, you've been busy with an ethics consult. So I take it that as of the time that Beata Kowalski committed suicide, you were on that ethics committee?
Yes.
The cell phone that we're talking about here, I wanted to read just the last 4 digits. I didn't want to put the whole thing in the record. Where that's the one that is 9979.
That's not my personal cell phone.
Okay.
For those of you who are just joining, this is the deposition testimony that was played at the trial, Maya's trial. This deposition testimony was played on October 11th. And this is Dr. Laura Vose, who is a pediatrician on staff at Johns Hopkins Hospital. She's going to testify about some text messages that she had with some of the other doctors regarding Maya.
You think that was the hospitals?
Possibly.
That's the one that appears next to your, I take to be your statements here in the text. All right. And what number did you send the texts from? And just for clarification, it is the text that began to be discussed today, learned today that ketamine girl's mom committed suicide yesterday. And all I'm trying to establish is,
I'm going to rewind that in case anybody wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the chat on my phone, so let's just listen to this one more time. Thank you for reminding me to whisper because I am much louder than the playback on this video. Ketamine girl. They called her Ketamine girl. This is a doctor speaking to other doctors.
or number did you send the texts from? Text that began to be discussed today, learned today that ketamine girl's mom committed suicide yesterday. And all I'm trying to establish is whose phone was that, yours or the hospital's?
That one was mine.
So one of the statements in this is I've been busy with an ethics consult, so I haven't done anything about orders sets yet. I wanted to find out more about the ethics committee. Was this something where you had calls to, I guess, intervene or to analyze ethical issues?
Yes.
And so what did you do? Not particularly for this one, but in general, when you got a call?
We would take in the information from whoever requested a consult, review the record, talk to all of the parties involved. Then we would convene a subgroup of the committee to have people come and present and to review the records, and involved parties were then excused, and the committee then would discuss recommendations. And then
who else? If there was an outcome, if there was a decision, a recommendation, who did you make a recommendation to?
we would write a formal consult and put it in the chart.
What human being within the hospital, if you had to report to management, who would you report to?
We would fall under the medical executive committee. We also had administrative management that we reported to as well. So for example, Joe Perno would have been aware of the ethics committee activities.
What was the test to determine whether the ethics committee should consider a case?
We would get the request. We would determine whether or not there was an ethical issue at question. Sometimes it would be more of a legal issue than a ethical issue, or a communication issue. So we would try to address.
Sorry, go ahead.
We would try to address what the specific ethical question was.
To make the cut, so to speak, for committee review, was there any guidelines? Were there any guidelines for you? In other words, I'm assuming you didn't take up matters involving just a disagreement among nurses or social workers or anything like that. Would it be something that would involve a doctor as a requirement?
It would not necessarily have to involve a doctor. It could be anyone was allowed to place a consult or request something to be reviewed. So it could be inter-service related or patient-physician related.
All right. After the time that you learned that Beata Kowalski had committed suicide, was there an ethics committee convened to review what happened?
No.
No. I'm going to rewind that for you because that's important. After Beata Kowalski had committed suicide, was there an ethics committee convened to review what happened? The answer is no. And this deposition was given in June of 2023. Nothing was ever done by the ethics committee. And it doesn't necessarily have to involve a doctor. So hang on a second.
So it could be inter-service related or patient-physician related.
All right. After the time that you learned that Beata Kowalski had committed suicide, was there an ethics committee convened to review what happened?
No,
No.
Why not?
there was no request for one, and we also usually did consults during current hospitalizations if a case involved a patient.
All right, so
He's having a
the
hard time
committee
understanding
itself
it, just
never
like we
took
are.
it upon itself to,
Because the committee never took it upon itself. Maya was a patient in the hospital. What happened was a direct result of their care and custody of Maya. The hospital was in the hospital was charged with Maya's custody and care. They were in loco parentis. They were acting as her parents in this situation. The parental rights of her parents were stripped because of the false diagnosis of MBP by someone who came into the hospital and started directing the other doctors what to do. And then they submitted hospital records to the court and reports to the court that perpetuated this sheltering of Maya. And the head of the ethics committee didn't think that perhaps they should take it upon themselves to open up at least an investigation, because nobody else complained. The Kowalskis had been complaining for months. And because now Mrs. Kowalski is dead and not there to complain anymore, you just not going to open up any sort of investigation? Where was risk management during this time?
bring up a matter, it had to have a complainant?
We did not bring up this case.
Let me try this. How could you decide if something was ethical or unethical if the ethics committee never took it up?
Great question.
Again, there was no request. If there had been a request to look at it, then it would have been looked at. If a concern had been raised internally or an external person had asked for something to be reviewed.
So nobody internally raised it as a question either. Nobody internally even gave this another thought. Because right after Beata committed suicide, very soon after, Maya was taken out of the custody of the hospital and given back to her dad. And they never saw any reason to open up a review, to learn from this. I'm sitting on the jury, you guys. I am shocked by this. I am shocked by this, more shocked by this than potentially some of the other testimony that we've watched today. Because perhaps these two people, these other people that we watch, these people, I'm going to say these people because that's how they referred to Maya and her family, these people. Perhaps Dr. Sally Smith was like the fox guarding the hen house. Perhaps she was a little bit too much involved in her own control and power. Perhaps Cathy Bedy went outside the lines and did some things that she shouldn't have done on her own accord. But this ethics committee, these people internally at the hospital did not see fit to even open up an investigation by themselves without somebody outside complaining. I'm livid. Somebody said I'm livid. I'm like, I'm livid too. I am livid too.
So the answer is, in that situation, no one would be reviewing the issue. True?
It would be reviewed if if someone had requested a review.
Okay. What about in the 3 months of Maya's hospitalization preceding the suicide? Did anyone bring up any ethical issues about her care?
There were no requests for the ethics committee to evaluate the case.
Was there ever any investigation at all of what happened to Maya Kowalski by the ethics committee?
No.
No, never did they do an
And
investigation
after
about Maya.
Maya's mother committed suicide, was there any investigation into the ethics of how she was treated?
No.
Would you agree with me that using the term ketamine girl is a bit dehumanizing?
It basically sort of is a euphemism.
Wow. Listen to this. Listen to the spin on this. Would you agree with me that using the term ketamine girl is a bit dehumanizing? There's a simple answer to that. Yeah, it is. That was kind of insensitive of me. I probably shouldn't have said that. No, that's not what she's going to say. Listen.
Humanizing?
It basically sort of is a euphemism to not use her name in a text.
Okay, well, you're not answering my question. In retrospect, wouldn't you say that the term ketamine girl is a bit dehumanizing?
I probably could have used a better choice, but I was trying not to use her name.
So
I'm not aware of that.
initials wouldn't suffice.
No.
Can you say, as you sit here today, that you didn't refer to her as Maya in different conversations to other doctors? On the phone, that is.
I'm not aware one way or the other with 100% certainty.
How many ketamine girls were there at All Children's at this time?
Takes her a long time to answer this question. How many ketamine girls were there at All Children's at this time?
I had used that as a euphemism because it was unique, kind of given her history, and
Did you ever refer to her as ketamine girl to her name, to her face?
No.
To her mother?
No.
To her father?
No.
So how is ketamine girl not an identifier if MK is the only girl being kept there because of ketamine?
I see it more as an identifier for people that would be familiar with her case, but not something from somebody outside to be able to connect specifically to a person.
You're sure that
Sort of like our inside joke. It's our inside joke. We just call her ketamine girl.
none of the nurses or social workers or other doctors also referred to her as ketamine girl from time to time?
I have no idea.
All right. You said, sorry to say my prediction was correct. You were predicting you were predicting Beata's suicide, were you not?
Prediction probably was not a good word, but more related on my previous experience of a case during residency. So it may have been more of a speculation than a prediction.
You have a doctorate level education.
Everybody catch that? Should we watch it again? I predicted this would happen. You were predicting Maya's mother would commit suicide?
You were predicting Beata's suicide, were you not? Your prediction was correct. All right. You said, sorry to say my prediction was correct.
Sorry to say my prediction was correct. Well, at least she was sorry about it, right? So
You
there's
were
that.
predicting Maya's, excuse me, you were predicting Beata's suicide, were you not?
Prediction probably was not a good word, but more related on my previous experience of a case during residency. So it may have been more of a speculation than a prediction.
You have a doctorate level education, do you not?
Yes.
All right. So when you say words, you choose what words are appropriate, do you not?
I like to think that I do, but just in a text, sometimes you don't think and edit and re-edit. And as a human, you sometimes use words that probably would not be the best words to use.
As a human, as a doctor, as a pediatrician, you're talking about your patients. You're talking about your patient's mother. And not only that, you were involved in another case like this during your residency where a child's parent took their own life. So you're already aware of what can happen, and yet you still have zero sensitivity, Chip. Picked a great specialty.
Okay. So tell us when you say my prediction, please define my prediction, what it was.
I had a previous experience during residency where there was the child who the court had determined was Munchausen's by proxy, and that mother had committed suicide. So it was based on a previous experience.
And where did that happen?
That happened at All Children's.
And
Same hospital, same result. Did everybody hear that? Exact same thing happened there. In her past, she was there for during her residency, and still she behaves this way in this case and then says, sorry, I predicted it. Kind of like one of those people that loves to be the bearer of the bad news, right? Got to be the first person to tell everybody the bad news because like you're getting some kind of trophy.
when?
I believe it was in my internship year, which would have been 1994 to 1995.
And tell me what the facts were, without mentioning names, obviously, that you believe caused that mother to commit suicide.
I don't have the details. I know as a resident, I believe I might have seen that child one time in the emergency room, and then there was an investigation and she had committed suicide, and that's basically all of the details that I know of that case.
Who were you predicting this to? Who was the recipient of this prediction?
Some of it was my own thoughts, and I believe I had maybe a passing conversation after caring for Maya with a coworker just saying that I had a previous experience, and that's what had happened.
So by the time Beata committed suicide, you had already gone through one with a mother committing suicide, right?
I knew of one, yes.
And you knew the signs of someone who was about to commit suicide from that experience, did you not?
I didn't have any involvement with that patient or family during that period of the investigation and afterwards. I had seen her.
And yet it came immediately to mind when you heard that Beata had taken her own life, did it not?
It came to mind.
All right. And then you there is a response, or is this you? I know we did the right thing, but this is really effed up. I feel bad. Is that you, or is that Ms. Tepa, Dr. Tepa Sanchez?
That's Dr. Tepa.
And did you share her concerns that this was effed up?
I shared my concern that I felt bad about the situation.
All right. So you felt bad. And then you expressed this by saying, don't know all the details, but I think the courts and the psychiatrists finally called it what it was. I had another mother do the same thing. We definitely did the right thing for the child. All right, taking this last sentence, we definitely did the right thing for the child. The right thing being what?
I can't wait to hear this answer. Is anybody else sitting on the edge of their seat? We did the right thing for the child. Getting her away from her mother for good.
That I believe that as a group and an organization that we advocated for Maya, raised concerns, and allowed the process to continue for the appropriate people to look into what was going on in the hopes of having a good medical outcome for Maya.
You do know that Maya did not have a good medical outcome for more than 3 years and still suffers from pain, do you not?
I'm not involved with her care, so I don't know directly what's been going on with Maya.
Did you ever check on Maya to determine whether this statement was correct? We definitely did the right thing for the child.
What do you mean by check on?
Call her, follow up in any way.
No,
Talk
I
to
did
her.
not.
We talked to
No,
Dr.
I had-
Wassenauer, her pediatrician.
No, I had no follow-up contact with Maya.
Did you ever call Dr. Wassenauer to ask him what his feelings were?
No.
And then it says, OMG, that means, oh my God.
Yes.
And then, well, I really hope she has a chance of a better life now. Is that you, or is that Dr. Tepa Sanchez?
That's Dr. Tepa.
And did you believe that Maya was better off without her mother?
I think it's sad when any child loses a parent. However, you know, if the investigation was proceeding and found that that was leading to harm for Maya, and that Maya, you know, perhaps Maya now would have a better opportunity to have some other therapies and not be under the high doses of drugs, to be able to succeed at school, to be able to do well.
Okay. Would it have been that hard to say I made a mistake? I shouldn't have said that, instead of doubling down on that answer? And really what she just said was, yes, I did believe that Maya would be able to do much better if her mother was dead. Anybody? Is anybody reading between the lines? And if you're sitting on the jury, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Somebody said here that, yeah, it's kind of unprofessional for, you know, people to talk that way, coworkers, but it's not illegal. No, it's not. But it also doesn't play well in front of a jury. And this is a jury about fault, about liability, about medical malpractice, about wrongful death, about battery, about false arrest and imprisonment. And I think this is not playing well in front of a jury.
So you actually believed that Beata Kowalski was doing something harmful to her daughter?
I think that the process of evaluation was underway, and that is that we allowed the system to work, and the people that were appropriate to make those investigations and determinations were involved.
All right. And then it says, well, I really hope she has a better life now. That's again, Dr. Tepa Sanchez.
Yes.
Do you have any remorse to this day uh, evidenced by anything in these text messages?
I feel sad about the whole situation, and I feel sad that she chose to take her life. But I'm hopeful that Maya now has been able to be more active and participate in her life and do more things.
Okay. And you saw her toes, feet turned inward towards each other? The dystonia?
I don't recall if I ever examined her feet on night call.
You never saw her feet. Okay. When you saw Maya, though, she was perfectly civil and nice to you, was she not?
She was, she didn't really talk much to me that I recall. She was on her phone the first time I saw her. She was playing on her phone.
I can't read this on my screen because it's too small, but if you freeze it, you can probably read it for yourself later. It looks like these are text messages.
She did not personally swear at me.
You saw her 10 times, and each time that you saw her, she acted like a 10-year-old, 11-year-old girl, did she not?
Some of the times she was sleeping.
Well, I think 10 and 11-year-old girls sleep occasionally.
Correct.
So, but the point being, your medical records do not reveal any denial of her being in pain. So when you say, let's me see what she does with pain tonight before doing CT, you realized that there was, I don't want to call it a threat, but a possibility that that performing a CT could cause her some discomfort, aggravate the pain, in other words. True?
Yes, there was a potential for that.
So you were the chairman of the ethics committee at this time in 2017, were you not?
Yes.
Still to this day, there has been no retrospective on what happened.
Okay.
Up to the point that I was at All Children's, there's not been an investigation. I cannot testify to what has happened since I left.
And that
Complete the plan of the deposition.
is the end of
Okay, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for a morning break.
Dr. Vose's testimony, and I'm sure you'll let me know what you think in the comments. We've been here for a very long time, you guys. It's almost 4.5 hours, and there's at least 1,000 people here. So thanks for hanging in. I'm glad that so many people are interested in this case, because I'm very interested in this case, and there didn't seem to be a lot of public interest in this case, and I think that there should be. Hi to Tony from Sweden. Thank you so much for popping in there with your super chat. Just come on. I'll rewind from Sweden. Yes, I know you're from Sweden. I would love to go to Sweden. It looks amazing. Couple of comments here before we break. If you guys would like to see any more testimony, please leave it for me in the comments. We can watch Maya's testimony together another day. This has been a very, very long stream. I usually don't go this long, but I thought this was really important, and it was a good day to catch up because, well, at least here in New York, it's a rainy Saturday. So Dr. Tracy, I'm assuming that you are a doctor. Perhaps Sally Smith might not have gotten a paycheck from Johns Hopkins, but by being credentialed and on committees, they are still responsible for her actions. That is correct. That is correct. Sweet one. This is what predators do. They work in places that give them access where they can bend the rules and make the child initially feel special to take advantage of them. Yes, we are well versed in the grooming processes as we cover a lot of cases like this. And I handled all of those cases against the Catholic Church for the survivors of clergy abuse here on Long Island. And those cases go all the way back to 2002 when the Suffolk County Grand Jury issued a scathing report about the abuse that had gone on for years and years here. We say howdy here. One wonders if this whole lawsuit would have happened not for this one awful person. It's not the only issue, but yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. A lot of moving parts here. This is a guess about Bedy. DCF monitored all the calls and she was not authorized to. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Oh, hello, Paul Klang. Thank you for the super chat. Segment with Lewis was compelling. Bravo on courage. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for sticking around. Please hit the like button on your way out. Memberships are up if you'd like to join. I would love to have you as a member. We're going to have some really fun times. Remember, in the comments, to be nice to each other, to my moderators, my guests, and me. Otherwise, you will be deleted. Be nice or leave. I am not a cupcake. I will not please everyone. And therefore, if you don't like it, you don't need to stop and leave a nasty comment. Just move along. There's too much hate in the world. There's too many horrible things going on in the world. We don't need to perpetuate hate in any way, shape, or form. And we just won't tolerate it on this channel. So thank you to my moderators. I know this was a really long day and you guys are amazing. You kept the chat classy. Donna Marie, thank you so much for also moderating my comments, because that in it of itself can be a very full-time job. Love you all. I will see you all real soon. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because that's free. And also it helps the algorithm. And if you hit the bell, make sure you have it set to all notifications so you will be notified every time I go live and you won't miss a thing. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you real soon. Bye, everyone.